22 hours and 35 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission, and our 4 astronauts are actually part of the science flying. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. So before, during, and after their journey around the moon, Artemis II astronauts will be collecting saliva samples. These samples will help scientists probe how their immune system reacts to deep space, so NASA can ensure that humans, instead of viruses, thrive in space as we venture to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's take a look.
Artemis II astronauts' saliva tell us. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis II flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much onboard room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
Back with these live views of Orion. A great view of the European Service Module and the OMS orbital maneuvering system engine that'll be used for the translunar injection burn. Expecting that time of ignition in 2 hours, 36 minutes. Translunar injection will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering system engine, also known as OMS.
Houston, integrity. Question on docking camera remove activity.
Go ahead, integrity.
Hey, Chris. When we are done removing the docking camera with its cables, we see that the stowage note says it should go back into A3 locker. Are we okay to keep it temp stowed in the docking tunnel? Because we're thinking it eventually will go back on.
Christina, that sounds like a great suggestion to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, for your information, post-TLI PCL plans are on board. The burn plans are in slots 2 and 3 with titles PCL, PLS, and PCL, PLS, RTC last.
We see the same. Thank you.
Houston, integrity on 1 for a quick big picture sync.
Reed, we're with you on 1.
Hey Chris, I know with the water activity, the timeline is just a bit of a question mark. So Jeremy and Christina are taking a few things off of me and Victor right now, but they're going to focus completely on the burn. Victor and I have the flywheel set up, mostly complete, but I am not going to start exercise. I'm going to start water fill with Victor, and then once we feel like if that's a one-person task, I will come over and exercise. I will not start exercise without calling you.
And Reed, that sounds like a great plan to us. We're standing by.
Houston, integrity for AGA readings.
Christina, we're ready for those readings.
CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.0. Pressure, 14.5. Temperature, 71.2.
Copy all. Good readings.
This view live from the Orion spacecraft. We are 22 hours and 48 minutes into the mission and expecting the time of ignition for a translunar injection burn in 2 hours and 25 minutes. This is a test flight, and Commander Reed Wiseman just came down with some schedule potential changes for the crew today as they move through their milestones. He and pilot Victor Glover have completed setting up the flywheel exercise device, but Commander Reed Wiseman reported he will hold off on exercising as he begins to fill water bags with Victor Glover. This is a precautionary step due to a water valve issue noticed yesterday. Since that issue was noticed and resolved, the crew has been able to get water from all 4 tanks and operated that system as it was intended. So this is just a precautionary filling of water bags ahead of the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. Meanwhile, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialists for the Artemis II mission, are focusing on that upcoming translunar injection burn.
Integrity Houston for docking cam stowage.
Go ahead.
Christina, one follow-up with the docking cam. We'd like to do our best to protect it, and so our recommendation is if you'd like to leave it temp stowed, please use the case it flew in, or you're welcome to stow it in the locker Alpha 3 per the stowage note. Just best effort to protect our little docking camera friend.
Yes, absolutely. What was the first option you said before putting it in A3? Was it just to cover it with a bubble wrap or something? I just missed the words.
Yeah, Christina, you can use, we're recommending the case of the foam packaging that it flew up in.
Yeah, sure. I'll package it in its clamshell and it'll live in the docking tunnel. I'll let you know if that does not work.
Thank you, Christina.
Just heard some words from NASA astronaut and Capcom capsule communicator Chris Birch to astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion, discussing where she will stow the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis II. We saw this in use and in action yesterday during the proximity operations demonstration, helping the crew monitor where they were in relation to the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The docking camera is installed, and during those major milestones, it is kept installed during the crew sleep period, but removed during crew wake, since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
Houston integrity. After evaluating, we restowed the docking camera in its clamshell back in A3.
Copy, Christina. Docking cam is in A3. And for you and the rest of Integrity crew, please stand down from toilet usage while we perform a wastewater dump.
We copy. Houston integrity for timeline. We are deferring the secondary AGA checkout if you concur to work on water ops.
We concur. Thanks, Christina.
Over 23 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the first flight of Orion on the SLS with humans aboard. View on the left side of your screen, coming to you live from the Orion spacecraft. Now about 18,500 miles away from Earth. It's quite a distance compared to when the Orbit 1 shift came on console today, about 3 hours ago. We were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We will continue to get closer until we reach the point of our translunar injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. At that time, we'll be about 115 statute miles over Earth. And then the OMS engine that you see on the left side of your screen, that's the orbital maneuvering service engine. It will conduct a 5-minute and 49-second burn that commits the crew to their flight around the moon. This also commits the crew to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. And the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center gave the go for that burn this morning. Down in the bottom right side of your screen, a view inside Mission Control Houston, and specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Just heard some words from NASA astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion about deferring the AGA readings they have on their timeline. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. Because this is the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is also the first time we have flown an Environmental and Control Life Support System, or ECLSS. These anomaly gas analyzer readings allow teams to monitor the air inside the cabin, levels of carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and more. The team is focused, the team of astronauts, I should say, on setting up for the burn, as well as gathering some water from their systems on Orion. They are putting water into bags as a precautionary step ahead of translunar injection burn. There was a valve issue with their water yesterday. It was resolved, and they've been able to use it as planned. So this is completely precautionary ahead of this burn that sends us around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, you've got a live view on the left side of your screen of Orion on the Artemis II mission, now about 17,300 miles away from Earth. It's been 23 hours, coming up on 23 hours and 15 minutes since Orion launched yesterday as part of the Artemis II mission, a test flight, and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. It may seem quiet from the crew aboard Orion, but they are awake and they are very busy. They woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, so just over 3 hours ago, and got into their activities for today. Some of the things the crew has been working on today include preparing for the burn by participating in burn conferences and targeting. They also set up the flywheel hardware. This is what they'll use to exercise during the mission.
Integrity Houston, we've had a successful wastewater dump. Toilet is go for use.
Houston, integrity on 1 for exercise.
Reed, we're with you.
I just want to confirm that the arrays are in a good config and you're ready for exercise.
Reed, yes, we are go for exercise. Thanks for checking.
Okay, I can't promise this is going to be the full protocol, but I'll at least give it a shot here in the cabin. We have a lot of other work going on, so I may have to defer, but let's give it a try. Here we go.
Understood. We're interested in how it goes.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. That was NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander Reed Wiseman calling down from Orion to the teams here in Mission Control, reporting that he is ready to use the flywheel device for exercise. Of course, as this is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is the first opportunity that the crew has had to use the flywheel. They are slated to exercise for about 30 minutes per day each. And this flywheel allows a compact system that the crew can use for both aerobic and strength exercises. In total, the flywheel weighs only about 30 pounds, and it's the size of approximately a carry-on suitcase, and that's compared to about 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. Major milestone on the timeline today for the Artemis II crew is the translunar injection burn that will take us away from high Earth orbit and on to the moon. That translunar injection burn is slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. You've got a great view of that on the left side of your screen. It is the largest thruster in the center of that piece of the European service module. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, 23 hours and 30 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're live here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, continuing to monitor the mission. On the left side of your screen, you've got a live view from Orion. Currently just over 15,000 miles away from Earth. Currently aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman is exercising using the flywheel device. That may be the cause of the motion that you're seeing on your screen. During exercise, solar array wings are parked so that any loads imparted and any movement of the vehicle doesn't damage the solar arrays. And that's where this view is coming from. There are cameras, one each, mounted on the tip of each solar array that allow us to look back at the spacecraft. This is the first time that the crew has exercised aboard Orion, so the team on the ground is eager to hear how it went.
Houston integrity question, just curious if you see any vehicle dynamics during exercise.
Jeremy, funny you should ask. We're watching a small oscillation visible in SAW camera 2, and GNC has informed us that it is registering on our IMU sensors. Nothing of concern, of course.
Okay, copy. We'll keep Reed exercising.
That call from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on his first mission to space, asking the very question we were just discussing on if this motion that you see on the left side of your screen is due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising on the flywheel device. Ground teams here in Mission Control confirm there is no concern with any motion that we're seeing right now, but it is related to the exercise ongoing.
Houston Integrity for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Two questions for you. I did the settings on the GoPro Max, and when I turned it on, everything was wiped clean. So all the settings I updated, and then I turned it off and turned it back on, and 360 video was not there again. So is this something we're going to have to do every time we power cycle the GoPro Max, is re-establish 360 video?
Checking.
And the other thing you can check on for me is I've got a second GoPro Max here. I expect it is a spare. Where do you want it stowed for the mission if we don't need it?
Jeremy, for the second GoPro Max, you can stow that back in the bag it came from, or temp stow about the cabin per crew preference. Just let us know where. And then we're continuing to look into having to set the 360 again. It's definitely not what we're expecting, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay, and there's a couple bags things came out of, so it's not clear to me where this one goes back. So if you can tell me where the Nat Geo Pro Max camera should be put back to.
Jeremy, we'll have you stow the spare in bag 1, yellow label.
Okay, copy bag 1, yellow label. I assume that is in DE.
That's a good readback. And yes, it's in DE.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you've got a live view of the Orion spacecraft from a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings. You can see some movement from the spacecraft. It was previously discussed with the crew that Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission, is currently exercising on the flywheel device. This is the first time that the astronauts have exercised inside Orion, and so we are seeing some movement from his exercise. This is not completely unexpected, and the solar arrays are therefore in a parked position. This helps protect them from any loads that may be imparted while anyone is exercising in the spacecraft. We also heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to discuss Nat Geo and the cameras that he's using. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the Artemis II story. Therefore, the crew is equipped with several cameras, both Max and Hero 11 GoPros, and each day they are timelined to film from a list provided by National Geographic.
Houston Integrity for update on water ops.
Houston's with you.
For your information, from the time we noted we were starting water ops until now, we have about 7 liters stowed in one of the CWCs. That was with 2 people working it, and now we're going down to single-person ops. So that's just for your tracking purposes. And can you confirm the total number of liters you're hoping to stow?
Copy, Christina, checking. Okay, Christina, thanks for that update. We are seeing roughly the same amount of water removed on our end with 2 people working. We are probably going to work on this for another 20 minutes before we call you off, and then we will take as much water as we can get from those 20 minutes. How copy?
We copy all, thanks. And do you have high confidence in your readings? If so, we will stop tracking on our end.
Christina, yes, we do, and you're welcome to stop tracking, and we'll monitor on our end.
Copy all, thank you.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist for the Artemis II mission, calling down to Capcom Christina Birch here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center. She is continuing to work on filling some contingency urinal bags with water from the Orion spacecraft. Yesterday, there was a valve issue observed with the water. It was resolved, and the crew has been able to use water as normally intended. So this is just a precautionary step to gather water as we are heading into the translunar injection burn, now less than 1 hour and 30 minutes away. It's been 23 hours and 45 minutes since liftoff. Orion currently 13,500 miles away from Earth.
Houston Integrity, one more water ops update. We are now switching to the secondary line.
Houston copies. And Christina, for your information, when we are complete with this, our temp stow location will be in Locker Delta.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for Jeremy, not Geo Setup.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey Jeremy, what you called down previously about the unexpected settings wipe was a surprise to us as well. We would like you to reperform step 3, which is to configure the GoPro Max again with the second or the backup camera. We want to try and understand if this issue affects both cameras or just the one. We think it might be a rad hit or something.
Okay. Luckily, Reed was in the way. I didn't stow that one yet, so I'll go ahead and swap them out and see what happens.
All right, thanks. Good job, Reed. Integrity. Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Integrity copies.
Houston, integrity on 1. If you have about 60 seconds for a flywheel big picture, I would like to give it, but it's not critical. I can do it later today.
Reed, we're ready for it. We'll take it now.
Okay, first things first, huge kudos, it works. The sound suppression is also fantastic. Nobody in the cabin wore earplugs. Nobody had the need to wear them. We were able to communicate at a conversational level. I could hear all radio calls, so that's a huge win. Completed the full 30-minute profile in aerobic. Exact same as the training on the ground. The same forearm muscular tiredness, but a really good cardio workout. Very pleased with that. A couple things that I did note, eclipse wall can impact, so we're going to have to rework the eclipse wall a little bit. Additionally, I am building up my own static, little static charge. I could feel myself when I was brushing a piece of the seat aluminum or metal that I would discharge a little bit every now and then. So I am definitely with that strap going in and out, building up a little bit of a static electricity kind of charge. That's something you might want to note. And aside from that, it is a really good piece of gear, and we can actually get a nice workout. I look forward to the next time I get to try a resistance workout. That's all.
Reed, thank you. That is a great report. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Commander Reed Wiseman has completed exercise on the flywheel device. This is the first time anyone in Orion has exercised, and so he called down to the teams here on the ground reporting some of the things he learned during that time frame, including just some static electricity building up while he was using the flywheel. This is a test flight, and so every single piece of data is brand new and helps us prepare for future missions. We also have our own visual indicator that that exercise is complete. If you take a look at the picture on the left side of your screen, that's a live stream from a camera on the one solar array wing of Orion, looking back at the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System. While Reed Wiseman was exercising, we were actually seeing some movement due to the loads imparted on the spacecraft. Those solar array wings are parked during that time frame to keep them protected and safe from those loads. So during that exercise, we saw some movement. Obviously, that's now completed, so Orion is back in a still configuration. The spacecraft continues to get closer to Earth, now 11,790 miles away. When the Orbit 1 team came on console at 1:30 p.m., so about 4 hours ago, we were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We'll continue to get closer and closer to our home planet until about 6:49 p.m. Central Time. We will be 115 statute miles away from Earth at the time of the translunar injection burn. The mission management team here in Houston gave the go for the translunar injection burn earlier today. That's the burn that will commit us to flying by the moon. Since launch, we've been in a high Earth orbit and maintained there thanks to some perigee and apogee raised burns. This translunar injection burn is what commits the crew to the full length of the mission, sending us beyond the moon for the first time in over 50 years and bringing us home for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity Houston for burn plan uplink update.
Go.
All right, we have updated burn plans in 5 different slots. This would include the HEO Rev 2 deorbit burn plan, post-TLI abort plans for both 8-hour and 16 hours post-TLI, and the corresponding RTC last for each of those. And those slots will match what you have in your burn plan. Let me know if you want any more info.
Copy, Chris. Thank you. I see those in burn plan list and understand they'll match what we have in the burn plan. And the words that you said, there are no deltas, right, to our training or any of the things, the materials that we have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Great to see it starting to populate.
Now just over 24 hours into the Artemis II mission, after successful and smooth liftoff and ride to orbit yesterday on the Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft, our Artemis II crew is currently 11,260 miles away from Earth. This is a visualization of the spacecraft as the teams are reconfiguring cameras ahead of the translunar injection burn. Translunar injection burn time of ignition is targeted for 1 hour and 12 minutes from now. That correlates to 6:49 p.m. Central Time. That burn will be using the orbital maneuvering system engine thruster on the European service module attached to Orion. It'll be a 5-minute and 49-second burn when the spacecraft is just 115 statute miles above Earth. The translunar injection burn will send us beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown. That splashdown currently targeted for April 10th.
Houston Integrity for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I seem to be getting intermittent, but the same signature from the other GoPro Max as well. That if I power it off, even when I leave it plugged in, so I don't think it's a battery issue, it defaults or it comes back on into regular video, not 360 video. So I think we just need to ensure it's in 360 video every time we power it on.
Jeremy, thanks for doing all that troubleshooting for us. That sounds like a working plan for now, and we'll see what other troubleshooting we can do on our end. Thanks.
Okay, the one thing that would make that easier for us and to help prevent us from making a mistake is if we mount it such that the screen is facing the working volume of the vehicle. The procedure suggests having the screen face the bracket, but since it's 360 video, I'm wondering if that really matters.
Copy, Jeremy. Yeah, you are welcome to mount the screen facing the volume if that is your preference.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, counting down to 1 hour until translunar injection burn time of ignition. On the left, the data visualization you're seeing is ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. If you look closely, you can see we are now under 10,000 miles away from Earth. That will continue to decrease until we get to 115 statute miles above our home planet. That'll be the closest a crew is to the planet until they return for their splashdown on flight day 10. The translunar injection burn will be a firing of the OMS engine on the European Service Module, OMS standing for Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine. That burn targeted for 6:49 p.m. Central Time and will last 5 minutes and 49 seconds. We're now over 24 hours into the mission elapsed time. To be specific, we are 1 day and 13 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the SLS rocket yesterday in Kennedy Space Center. This is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, and it is a test flight. Since this time of launch, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit. Spending this time in a high Earth orbit has allowed teams to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft, being that this is the first time we've flown Orion with crew, allowing us to make the decision on whether or not we are go for translunar injection, which will send us around the moon and commit us to splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. The mission management team here at Johnson Space Center in Houston confirmed this morning that yes, we are go for translunar injection burn. The crew aboard Orion continuing to work in preparation of that burn, and teams here in Mission Control Houston doing the same. On the bottom right of your screen, at the top of the small box, you see Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He is leading the teams here in Mission Control, specifically the Orbit 1 shift. Down towards the bottom of that smaller box are at the Capcom console. Capcom today is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She is communicating with the crew aboard Orion, serving as the single voice in the room, relaying information and instructions to our astronauts. To her right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is a backup for the Artemis II mission and a Capcom herself. Now under 1 hour until the translunar injection burn.
Integrity. SM prop helium isolation valves and optocoupler glitch fitter are configured.
Copy, and we see the same on the SM prop valves. And timeline/Optimus question for you when convenient.
We'll take it, Christina. Go ahead.
Thank you. In our PCD Optimus plan options, we now see a Flight Day 2 final V2. Is that the one that you'd like us to be on?
Yes, Christina, that's the one.
Copy that. And question, if we put crew notes on a previous plan, like the Flight Day 1 plan, after these plans were uploaded, but before we switch to them, will you still get those?
Christina, that's a great question. We're going to investigate and get back to you on that.
Copy, thanks.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to DSN to TDRS West handover.
Integrity.
This view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, and that call from the crew, or from the Capcom here, Chris Birch, to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they are going to be switching over from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. This is the same communication system that we use aboard the International Space Station, and we're able to use this right now because the crew is getting closer to the Earth as we speak. Orion is now about 8,600 miles away from our home planet, and again, that will continue to decrease until the TLI burn, now 55 minutes away. At the lowest point of their orbit, they will be just 115 miles above Earth when that burn begins. And we are handing over to the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. So we're back to that visualization. The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, also known as ARROW. You can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov, searching for ARROW. This gives you a great time, day or night, to see where Orion is in relation to the Earth and the Moon. It's been about 4.5 hours since the Orbit 1 team that's working in Mission Control Houston came on console. At that time, we were 25,000 miles away from Earth, and you can see how rapidly we continue to grow closer to the planet. The crew woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today and has since been moving through their timeline, which included setting up the exercise device. Commander Reed Wiseman using that flywheel exercise device for the very first time. The crew has also been filling water bags. There was a water valve issue yesterday. It has since been resolved, and the crew was able to use the water dispenser as planned. However, this is, again, precautionary ahead of the translunar injection burn to go ahead and get some water out of those 4 tanks aboard Orion.
Integrity comm check on TDRS West.
Loud and clear on TDRS. How us?
We have you the same. And Christina, while I have you, with our proximity to TLI, we'd like you and Victor and whoever else is working on the water bag ops to please stand down, and we will focus on our TLI prep. And also please confirm that you are complete with exercise.
Okay, we copy. Victor did get a tiny bit in, but he is standing down, so we are complete with exercise. We also stood down from water ops. Looking forward to TLI.
Houston, one clarification on exercise when you got a second.
Go ahead, Reed.
Hey, Victor is deferring his exercise for now, just due to time in the water bag. He was our lead water bag filler, so we will want to get him exercise this afternoon, please.
Copy. We will find a time to make that happen. Integrity for some Nat Geo troubleshooting for Jeremy when you have a moment.
Go ahead.
Jeremy, we have one small troubleshooting request from you. We're hoping it will not take very long, and it'll get us some good data to see what's going on. If you could please, on either Max GoPro, turn it on, and in the bottom left corner of the LCD screen, tap the button that appears there, and see if you can cycle it from video to 360.
Yeah, I can. That's how I've been getting it to 360 mode, is by tapping that.
Okay.
Copy, Jeremy. Thanks. Good data. And then for Reed specifically, but also the entire crew, there is a crew message on board for GoPro exposure adjustments.
Okay, copy. We got a message on board.
One day and 25 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II flight, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Our crew is NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and mission specialist and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Teams here at Mission Control Houston are preparing for the burn conference, during which they'll call up to the crew the status of the vehicle, any actions they need to take for the translunar injection burn. Translunar injection burn time of ignition.
I've got some AGA ratings for you before we power it down when you're ready.
Thanks, Jeremy. We're ready for those.
Okay, CO2 is only 1.2. O2 is 19.1. Temperature is 73.1. And the pressure is 14.4.
Copy. Great readings. Thanks.
And Houston, just for timeline to sync you up, we've got most things taken care of other than the stuff we told you we've deferred already. The portable speaker, we've got it out, but we're not going to turn it on. We haven't had a need for it yet, and we know there's some ground settings, so we don't want to get into that before TLI. So we'll just leave it, and we'll get to it later. And then we do want to get some exercise for Victor later. He didn't get much time on that. Other than that, you have any questions on our timeline?
Thanks for the update, Jeremy. Copy the speaker, and yes, understand Victor, an exercise was cut short earlier today, so we'll prioritize getting him some time this afternoon. Thanks. No further questions.
Okay, excellent.
Calls from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control here.
Integrity, Starfield maneuvers are starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
That's the voice of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He was previously working with the National Geographic equipment and on that timeline, troubleshooting some of the camera settings that he was having trouble with. The crew is capturing different facets of their life aboard Orion through that National Geographic timelined activity. Also relaying down the information that pilot Victor Glover didn't really get the opportunity to exercise on the flywheel device as was previously timelined for him today. We do know that Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use that device, so teams here on the ground will look at the timeline and make sure Glover gets to exercise this afternoon as well. 45 minutes now from the translunar injection burn.
Houston Integrity, we just want to make sure in step 15 there's no change to the final burn plan.
Jeremy, we do have some small changes to the burn plan. It's currently being uplinked and should be complete shortly.
Okay, copy that.
Integrity, Houston is ready for the burn conference when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready on board. Go ahead.
All right. The final burn plan has been uplinked. It's on board. We have no new vehicle statuses. I have 3 deltas to the burn pad, referencing burn pad with UTC of ground generation, 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds. Let me know when you're ready to copy. Integrity Houston, did you copy my last?
Yeah, we did. Well, we copied you talking about the UTC time. We called you, but then didn't hear back, so I'll just start over. We are looking at UTC burn pad that we started with earlier today that we changed to V3. It's day 92 and time is 17:40, correct? And we'll save that as version 4.
That's correct, Jeremy. Are you ready for the deltas?
Okay, go ahead, your deltas.
All right, all three are in the guidance solution box. Delta V totes, 1276.3 feet per second. TGO, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Delta V feet per second, Z direction, negative 276.7.
Okay, we're going to take another second of TGO, and we changed the Z direction, and we got the new delta V tote of 1276.3.
Good readback. And if you can, we'll take a status of the crew power downs for the pre-TLI timeline block.
Okay, power downs are complete, Chris.
Copy, power downs complete. Do you have any questions for us?
We don't have any questions, and I guess we might as well ask you for a go for targeting at minute 31.
You are go.
You can disregard that. We'll just verify and initiate.
You are go. That's exactly right, Jeremy. Expecting that to happen automatically. And integrity starfield maneuvers are complete.
Copy.
Now under 35 minutes until the translunar injection burn time of ignition. Again, we're expecting a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the OMS engine. This stands for Orbital Maneuvering System. It's part of the European Service Module on Orion. This is a live view from Orion looking down towards that European Service Module. You can see one of the solar arrays down in the bottom right. Orion continues to grow closer to Earth, now 5,000 miles away from the planet. At the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn, we will be just 115 miles above planet Earth, and approximately 1,000 pounds of fuel will be burned during translunar injection. Prior to heading to the moon, Orion must be at least one fault tolerant in all of its systems. Mission management team earlier today did poll go that we are ready for the translunar injection burn on time tonight. At this point, Orion has been in an elliptical orbit in contrast to the space station's circular orbit and was previously on the Deep Space Network, the first humans to be on that network in over 50 years. They've transitioned back to the tracking and data relay satellite systems that we are used to seeing for our friends aboard the space station. Earlier today, the crew powered on the rotational and translational hand controllers. These were used yesterday in the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion for the first time. Powering these on allows them to serve as a backup in case the burn didn't last as long or put us in the proper phase. The crew would be able to command small burns from the OMS engine on the service module in order to maintain a proper attitude. But all systems are looking good ahead of translunar injection burn, again scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity, TLT, and orb guide converged. We're taking a look, but initial results are looking good.
Okay, we're just comparing values right now.
Integrity. Houston has completed the poll for TLI. When the engine ignites, you embark on humanity's lunar homecoming arc and set the course to return Integrity and her crew safely home. Houston is go for TLI.
Integrity copies, and your Integrity crew is go for TLI. With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth, we choose it.
Integrity copy. Thanks for those beautiful words.
Those thoughtful communications coming from Mission Control Houston and Capcom Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, reporting up to the crew aboard Orion that they are go for translunar injection. Equally thoughtful words coming back down from mission specialist NASA astronaut Christina Cook, ready for translunar injection to fly by the moon and also return home to our planet. We're now 27 minutes until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Orion now only 3,700 miles away from Earth. Again, that'll...
Integrity, we've finished verification of our onboard targets. They look good.
Okay, Chris, our comparison looks good as well.
We copy.
One day, 48 minutes since the liftoff of the Artemis II mission, our 4 astronauts aboard, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, all flying aboard Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. We are 25 minutes away from the time of ignition of the translunar injection burn. This is a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine on the European service module. The view on the left side of your screen, looking down towards that portion of the spacecraft, you can see the solar arrays, which gather power from the sun and store that in Orion's batteries. The spacecraft now 3,400 miles away from Earth. That'll continue to decrease until the time of ignition for translunar injection, when the spacecraft will be just 115 miles above our planet's surface. All systems looking good here in Mission Control Houston. Teams have given the final go for Orion. The first of those came this morning from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center, and the most recent coming from the flight controllers in Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Flight control team, specifically the Orbit 1 flight control team on console, being led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You've also been hearing the voice of Capcom Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut communicating with the crew aboard Orion. We've also been joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, sitting in the back of the room, here to monitor the translunar injection burn that will send our crew beyond the moon, the first time humans have done so in over 50 years. Orion is now under 2,800 miles away from Earth. And again, we are 21 minutes away from the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Since launch yesterday, that was 1 day and 53 minutes ago, we have been in a high Earth orbit, an elliptical orbit around our home planet. This translunar injection burn is the commitment to flying by the moon and splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Integrity, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Under 20 minutes now from the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Teams on the ground reporting good configuration of the Orion spacecraft.
All right, and Houston, we're showing DBDT, it's fluctuating, but 0.0129, and as it's still going positive up to 0.005.
Copy, Jeremy.
And we're watching the Eclipse cabin leak.
Copy,
suspected.
Jeremy. Jeremy, we see DPDT stable. We want you to continue to monitor. Continue to monitor via procedure number 2.1.0.
I just noticed a change in the fan speeds just prior to that.
Copy, Jeremy, and that tracks with our actions here on the ground. We were just changing the ARS state.
Okay, we will continue to monitor this as well with you in parallel, and we'll keep progressing with the burn.
That's a good read back, Jeremy. We're following along with you.
Calls from Mission Control Houston and Orion as they received a cabin leak warning. However, teams on the ground were transitioning the air revitalization at that time. The crew will continue to monitor the status inside the cabin. However, we are still go for translunar injection burn at this time. The solar array wings are in motion ahead of this burn. We position the solar array wings so that there are no loads imparted on them during the burn, keeping them safe from damage.
Integrity, we see a stable cabin pressure. We believe that this is associated with commanding we were doing for ARS, and we will be doing some suspected leak cleanup actions after TLI. For now, we are continuing to press for TLI.
Okay. Crew's feeling good about where we're at right now. That is all tracking, and we are go to continue.
Houston copies. Thanks, Jeremy.
After looking at the data here on the ground, further confirmation from the teams that they believe the warning the crew received was when they switched over the air recirculation system following the exercise that occurred earlier. The cabin temperature and pressure have been reported as stable, and so the crew remains go for translunar injection burn. They'll take some actions to clear that warning that they received after the translunar injection burn, which is targeted to start just about 14 minutes from now. That burn, 5 minutes and 49 seconds, will be on the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, part of the European Service Module. We are now 1 day and 1 hour into the flight of Artemis II. "13 minutes from the time of ignition, Orion just about 1,300 miles away from the Earth's surface."
Integrity, maneuver to burn attitude starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, saws are configured for the burn.
Copy saws.
The calls you hear in Mission Control Houston coming from Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch up to the crew aboard Orion. The solar array wings have been configured into the position for the burn. They are moved forward up toward Orion and away from that orbital maneuvering system engine. This protects the solar arrays during the burn, keeps them safe from any loads that may be imparted from the thruster as it fires. Again, coming up on 11 minutes until the time of ignition, and we are standing by for Orion to maneuver into the burn attitude. Orion now just 1,000 miles above Earth. Just over 10 minutes until time of ignition for the translunar injection burn that will send Orion beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. Approaching 900 miles above Earth's surface, and at time of ignition, Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth, approximately 250,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. Quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we approach the translunar injection burn. Less than 9 minutes away from time of ignition of this 5-minute, 49-second burn. Again, the crew received the go for this configuration this morning to proceed with translunar injection from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center.
Integrity, roughly 1 minute left in our maneuver to burn attitude.
Okay, we show the same.
Orion now 650 miles away from Earth and continuing to be maneuvered to its burn attitude, or its proper positioning for that translunar injection burn. All flight controllers here continuing to monitor their systems, and everyone remaining go for our journey to the moon.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
Okay, we show the same.
Capcom Chris Birch confirming to the crew that Orion is in the proper attitude, the proper positioning for the translunar injection burn, now less than 6 minutes and 20 seconds away. Orion is less than 500 miles from our Earth. Again, we will watch that tick down to 115 miles above the Earth's surface. Coming up on 1 day and 1 hour and 10 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And we've just marked 5 minutes until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn, which will send us to the moon. Our crew, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, are all aboard the spacecraft, which is properly configured for the burn. This commits us to leaving Earth orbit and moving beyond the moon. It also is our deorbit burn and commits us to coming home, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. The spacecraft is in the proper attitude, the proper configuration, with its solar array wings swept up toward the spacecraft, allowing the orbital maneuvering system engine, which will conduct the burn, to prevent it from imparting any loads on those solar array wings. This will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn, at which point Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth. It remains quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as teams continue to monitor their systems. Everything's still looking good, and everyone go for translunar injection. Three minutes now until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Orion now 190 miles above Earth's surface, 248,600 miles away from the moon. Continuing to hear good reports from the flight controllers here, Artemis Mission Control in Houston. Orion just 130 miles above planet Earth. As we mark 1 minute until the time of ignition of the translunar injection burn, correction to an earlier report, that will be a 5 minute and 50 second burn on the Orbital Maneuvering Services engine. Mission control is go. The crew is go. You're getting a live view from Orion now of Earth. Ten seconds until translunar injection burn start.
Integrity, good engine, good control.
We show the same. Feels great up here.
At MET, mission elapsed time of 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission. As Orion was flying 115 statute miles above Earth and 247,600 miles away from the moon, we have the start of the translunar injection burn that will send the crew around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years. Again, this will be a 5 minute and 50 second burn on the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine, part of the European Service Module. Continuing to hear good calls here from Prop in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Integrity, looking good.
Integrity copies.
Velocity of the spacecraft ticking up, now over 23,900 miles per hour. Two minutes into this 5 minute and 50 second burn. Continuing to get good calls here in Mission Control Houston from all flight controllers.
Integrity, we copy the enabled caution, no crew action.
Okay, integrity copies.
The crew did receive a caution on their screen and have no action at this time. We continue to burn the translunar injection burn.
Integrity, similar caution, no crew action.
Integrity copies.
Over 3 minutes now into the translunar injection burn. These live views coming from Orion as it looks back on Earth, leaving high Earth orbit and beginning its journey to the moon. We are now 230 miles above Earth, 246,500 miles away from the moon. Again, this burn started on time, MET, mission elapsed time, 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes. We are targeting a 5-minute and 50 second burn. We've just hit the 4-minute mark into the burn. Quiet here in Mission Control Houston as flight controllers continue monitoring all systems. Everything looking good. We have 1 minute left in the translunar injection burn. Everything continuing to look good. Again, these live views coming to you from Orion as it looks back on Earth and begins its journey to the moon. And this, a live look inside Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Jeff Radigan monitoring all of the Orbit 1 teams. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman has also joined us in the room to monitor the translunar injection burn. We have less than 20 seconds left of this burn. This is the final major burn for the mission because this also serves as our deorbit burn.
Integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
Integrity copies.
Confirmation from teams here on the ground to the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. We have translunar injection burn cutoff and early reports that it was a very good burn. Orion now 520 miles away from Earth. Just 5 minutes ago, we were only 115 miles above Earth's surface. That distance will continue to increase as we are now on a trajectory to fly around the moon for the first time in over 50 years. Live views from the Orion spacecraft as it looks back on Earth following completion of the translunar injection burn, the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. It also commits us to a return to our home planet on flight day 10 and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. But for now, these views of Earth as Orion starts its journey. This is Artemis Mission Control. 1 day, 1 hour, and 24 minutes since liftoff of Artemis II. We have just completed the translunar injection burn. Preliminary reports of a good burn. Again, this commits us to flying by the moon and coming back home on flight day 10. We're approaching 1,000 miles away from Earth. Just 10 minutes ago, we were 115 miles above Earth's surface. Since launch, Orion has been in a high Earth orbit. This allowed the teams to check all systems aboard the spacecraft and gain that confidence that for this first flight of humans aboard Orion, we were go for translunar injection and a flight to the moon. That go that came this morning from the mission management team and later this afternoon from the flight control team in Houston. Crew reported that they were go as well, and now we are going. Teams in Mission Control Houston continuing to provide good reports on all systems aboard Orion.
And Houston Integrity, we just wanted to share a little bit of the sentiment up here as we came around the planet, and we're zooming over just 100 nautical miles above it if you got a moment.
Please, Jeremy, we are all ears.
Well, with that successful TLI, the crew's feeling pretty good up here on our way to the moon, and we just wanted to communicate to everyone around the planet who's worked to make Artemis possible that we firmly felt the power of your perseverance during every second of that burn. Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of, and it's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
Thank you for those words.
Poignant words coming down from Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist on Artemis II, Jeremy Hansen. It's his first time to space, and it's the first flight of a Canadian to the moon. Hugs there at the Capcom console from NASA astronaut and Capcom, or capsule communicator, Chris Birch, with Artemis II backup and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. We're now over 1,000.
Integrity, 2 minutes until a TDRS West to TDRS East handover.
Integrity copies.
Now over 1,500 miles away from our planet, that distance continuing to increase. You can keep track of Orion's distance from the Earth and to the moon at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. We are currently 242,800 miles away from the moon and continuing to get closer. We will do so until flight day 6 when we make our closest approach during the lunar flyby. This view coming from Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 flight control team is on console. Team members continue monitoring the flight of Orion and the systems aboard the spacecraft. coming up on 1 day, 1 hour, and 30 minutes since the launch of Orion.
Houston, integrity, our HC stow is complete.
We recently heard a call that the
Integrity, we copied. RHC stow is complete on Tidris East.
Great, comm check. Houston, integrity, we have lost DU2. It appears it may be power cycling with a DAC message of DU2 comm fail.
Integrity, we copy. We saw that enunciated caution, toggle in and out of alarm. Your go to try and power it up.
And Houston, it was in a power cycle after going down, and it has come back up. We are going to go ahead and understand the prop cautions are no action. They are recurring and going away a few seconds later. We'll stand by for any other troubleshooting words on DU2, but so far it looks like it's nominal.
Thanks, Christina. Good news on DU2. No further actions for you on DU2 reconfig. We'll do any other backside stuff on the ground, and we are taking a look at that prop caution as well.
Copy all, and copy also the good comm check on Tidris.
Yes, Christina, good comm check on Tidris East. And to let you know, we are complete with our post-burn reconfig.
Copy all.
A few different communications with the crew there coming from Capcom Chris Birch. We heard the crew report that they were having an issue with their DU. That's the display unit. There are 3 display units inside Orion. It sounds like one of those is rebooting and powering back up. There were also some propulsion cautions that are being cleared. Additionally, we are still on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS, and have handed over to TDRS East, confirming that we had a good voice check on TDRS. We won't be on TDRS for long. We will be switching back to the Deep Space Network as we continue to increase our distance from Earth, now 2,780 miles away from our home planet. Over 3,000 miles away from Earth now.
Integrity, we are maneuvering to the Earth viewing attitude.
Copy, and thank you.
Orion is now being maneuvered into an attitude to allow the crew to be able to see the Earth as they depart it. Again, we are rapidly leaving our home planet and growing closer to the moon, now 240,300 miles away from our lunar neighbor. In about 5 minutes, we will transition from the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System as our primary method to communicate with the crew over to the Deep Space Network. They'll remain on the Deep Space Network all the way around the moon and until they return to Earth.
Integrity, we have completed the cleanup steps from our leak suspected warning that has cleared the board. We've reset FITR, and so now we'll be able to detect any changes per our nominal config.
That's great news, Houston. Thank you.
Capcom capsule communicator NASA astronaut Chris Birch calling up to the crew aboard Orion, also known as Integrity. There was a leak warning that popped up just before we got into translunar injection burn. However, it was quickly determined that this was due to the air recirculation system being transitioned into a different state. All teams remained go for a translunar injection as we continued to get good readings inside the cabin, and that warning has since been cleared.
Integrity, 2 minutes to TDRS East to DSN handover.
See you on the other side.
Standing by for TDRS to Deep Space Network handover. We're now handing over to the Deep Space Network and expect to hear some comm checks once the crew is on the other side.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on OE1 on DSN Madrid.
We have you loud and clear.
Copy, we have you the same.
And we are getting just a beautiful view of the dark side of the Earth right now, lit by the moon. Phenomenal.
That sounds amazing. We hope you're taking some pictures for us.
Yeah, none of us can get to lunch because we're glued to the window. We're taking pictures. Reed said he just can't take it anymore.
That tracks. Thanks, Integrity.
We have good communication checks on the Deep Space Network with the crew aboard Orion. Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, having recently completed the translunar injection burn, are now on their way to the moon. The Orion spacecraft was oriented so that they would be able to see out the windows as they departed Earth. We are now 4,687 miles away from our home planet, a number that's continuing to grow and will do so until we fly by the moon on flight day 6. The crew reports beautiful views of Earth as they fly by the dark side, as referred to by Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. They are taking photos that we will expect to see downlinked later on and look forward to sharing. 30 minutes since the start of the translunar injection burn. Again, that was a 5-minute and 50 second burn using the Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine on the European Service Module. This was the burn that committed us to flying by the moon and returning home to Earth on flight day 10. We are now over 5,430 miles away from Earth. At the time of the burn, we were just 115 miles above our home planet. We're 237,000 miles from the moon. This view inside Mission Control Houston as teams continued to monitor the systems aboard Orion. Everything looking great after that translunar injection burn. Orion is also back on the Deep Space Network, which allows us to communicate with the crew as they travel farther away from our home planet. The crew is also in their timelined midday meal, but as we heard from mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, they are all glued to the windows, getting some views of Earth as they depart. This view of visualization of Orion, you can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This is called ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. This is live throughout the mission and allows you to see just how far we are from Earth and close we are to the moon. It's now been 1 day, 1 hour and 50 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis II mission. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are on our way to the moon after a successful translunar injection burn. We are expecting a news conference this evening to discuss the status of the mission at this point, the translunar injection burn itself. That's slated to begin at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It may get a bit of a delayed start.
Integrity, for your information, the PCL pointer is set to slot 2 for post-TLI.
Okay, copy. Slot 2, on our way.
Again, as I was mentioning, we are expecting the news conference to start momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube, that news conference will air on this channel and you don't need to go anywhere. We will have that available as soon as it begins. In the meantime, Orion continues to increase its distance from Earth, now approaching 7,000 miles away from the planet. We've also gotten much closer to the moon. Just about 15 minutes ago, we were 240,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor, and now we are approaching 235,000 miles away. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are standing by for the beginning of today's press conference about the status of the mission and the translunar injection burn. Completed that 5-minute and 50 second burn. Right on time and put us in the proper position to fly by the moon on flight day 6 and return to Earth on flight day 10. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, we had a successful translunar injection burn that commits us to flying around the moon and coming home. Our crew of 4 aboard Orion in their midday meal. And here on Earth, we are standing by for the start of our news conference about the status of the mission. If you're watching on NASA's YouTube, you don't need to go anywhere. We're going to bring that to you right here, and we'll be here in Artemis Mission Control.
The Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, and welcome to our Artemis II status update. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and I'm joined by several NASA managers this evening to talk about our recent translunar injection burn to send 4 astronauts on the Artemis II mission to the moon, and about how the test flight is going overall. They are Dr. Lori Glaze, who leads NASA's Artemis program, Judd Freeling, Ascent Flight Director for the mission, and Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager. We'll have some opening remarks and then take questions both from reporters here in the room and on the phone. And those of you who are joining us by phone can press *1 to get into the question queue. And with that, we'll start with Lori.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to be able to tell you that for the first time since 1972, during Apollo 17, human beings have left Earth orbit. With Artemis II's successful 5-minute and 50-second translunar injection burn this evening, our 4 crew members, NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now on their trajectory toward the moon. The burn was executed by our flight operations team here in Houston, and it was flawless. The burn was the last major firing of this mission. From this point forward, the laws of orbital mechanics are going to carry our crew to the moon, around the far side, and back to Earth. Our crew is healthy, and our spacecraft is performing really well. After we've had a series of checkouts since launch, and again, everything really performing pretty well. And we are on the path that we designed for this mission. But just a reminder, again, you can hear us keep saying it over and over again, this is still a test flight. We are getting, and we're going to continue to get, lots of new data every day, important information as we continue learning how we're going to operate this Orion spacecraft in the actual space environment. And I'll tell you, we're already learning a lot as we go. We've encountered several things along the way. We're not really tracking anything right now that's of concern, but anything that we've encountered since we've launched was brought to our mission management team today and discussed, and the satisfactory path forward on every case, and a unanimous decision to proceed forward with the go for the translunar injection burn. So you'll hear a little bit more about some of that here in a minute, all the things that we've been doing. As a reminder, we got 8 days of work ahead, and we intend to learn as much as we can, everything that we can that this vehicle can teach us. And with that, let's see, before I do that, we had a couple images we wanted to share. Let's see if we can pull some of those up. I wanted to share one of my favorite images. This one I saw last night. Actually, I was getting onto the plane to fly here from Florida. this one popped up, and I just absolutely love this one. Looking out the window, you can see the solar array wing there and the OMS engine from the Orion spacecraft, and then you can see Earth's crescent in the back. I just thought it was absolutely gorgeous with our crew members being able to see out the window there and get that photo. It's just absolutely beautiful. And then the second image I wanted to show you, you'll hear a lot more from Howard about the proximity operations demonstration that was conducted yesterday evening. And let's see, is that one going to come up?
It's coming back.
It's coming back. There it is. And in this image, you can see Victor Glover on the left there. He was using the manual controls to maneuver the spacecraft. And then Reed Wiseman on the right there was calling out the commands. So it was really, I hope some of you got a chance to watch that. I was riveted. It was absolutely spectacular to hear Victor's narration of the whole activity. So super cool. So with all of that, I am going to hand it over to Judd, and he can talk us through some of the technical details about the flight so far.
All right. Thanks, Lori. It's been a great couple of days to be in the space business. Yesterday, SLS put us right on the money during ascent. We started with some checkouts by the crew from both the water dispenser and the toilet. Those were successful. And ICPS then burned us with our perigee raise maneuver, got us in a stable orbit. We did have a brief comm outage that was due to a ground issue that we have now rectified, and we understand that's not going to be a problem henceforth. And then, let's see, the ICPS then gave us a great amount of energy, put us in high Earth orbit with the apogee raise burn, again, right down the money. So really happy with that burn. After that, as Lori mentioned, Victor did the ProxOps demonstration, gave us a lot of great feedback on how the vehicle responds in preparation for future rendezvous operations. So very valuable data. We also checked out all of the carbon dioxide scrubbers, all 3 beds successfully checked out, and CO2 is doing great in the vehicle. We did, once we were done with the ProxOps demonstration, the ICPS on its own did the automatic deploy of the 4 CubeSats, and then also ICPS did its disposal burn, and so that all went well. In the middle of the crew sleep, we also had them wake up and do the perigee raise burn, and that was 100% successful. Got us again back into a stable orbit, raised our perigee to about 100 nautical miles. So we're happy with that performance as well. This morning, the crew woke up. They had a conference with the flight control team and our lead flight director, Jeff Radigan. Went over some details of anything that they had, changes to the timeline, which were minimal. They did an exercise test of the flywheel. That was successful. Reed reported that it was exactly like training. His arms are really tired, and he got a great cardio workout. So we took some samples of what the carbon dioxide was while we were doing exercise, and that was all great as well. And of course, just a little under an hour ago, we did the translunar injection, which sets us up for the free return around the moon and also for splashdown in San Diego. So with that, I'll hand it over to Howard to give you some more details on the Orion.
All right, thanks, Judd. Really excited to be here. Wow, what a great 2 days, huh? I haven't slept, I don't think, very much over the last 24 hours, just following all the things that have happened for the Orion spaceship. We had a perfect ride uphill, got into orbit, spent a good day, just checking out systems. And we're getting ready for TLI that Lori talked about, and a successful TLI and a really great precision burn that we just had. But I'll talk about the things that we accomplished yesterday. Yesterday, as you know, we did a proximity operations demonstration with a centerline camera and with a spacecraft. I call it test driving the car. It's been an awesome event for all the engineers and the team that's worked on it to hear Victor and Reed talk about our spaceship and the work that we put in to put into this capability for manual flying. I would say that, first of all, we accomplished all the test objectives that we set out for this proximity operations. We have 2 precision tests, and I'll describe a little bit about what those were. But I'll send with a picture first to show you and describe. This is a very close-in picture, these three pictures. On the, I guess, upper left of the picture is our centerline docking target right in the middle. It's a standoff cross that you'll see. It's a 2-foot wide target. This is the target that we're going to use for future missions. So this is the exact flight configuration that we would use. So it was really important that we got that on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So we were able to get that on that stage, and what we do, as I describe it, is as we separate from the ICPS, we do a backflip, 5 degrees per second, and we back away all the way as far in this demonstration was about 400 feet. And that back away scenario, that allows us to have a good standoff understanding. We're pretty far away, not this picture, but I'll talk a little bit about where this is going. Then we start doing what I call course manual piloting. And this allows, and you might have heard this, what Victor was doing was basically moving side to side with the spaceship, up and down, and then doing the rotation pitch, roll, yaw, making sure that the response from the spacecraft and the performance is what he's seen. And the reason it's course is because you're so far away at 400 feet that you want to make sure you have big maneuvers so you can see the target going out of your field of view a little bit, okay? So that's what we did at the initial part, and then we slowly started coming in and approaching the vehicle. And that picture that you see in the upper left side is almost to 33 feet. It's about 40 feet away, I think. And that's where we will do what I call fine manual piloting. So we're just doing a little bit of the same thing, side to side, up and down, doing the pitch, roll, and yaw maneuver and handling. And you heard that if you watched closely, and some great commentary. Especially, it was heartwarming to hear. I know I talked to some of our team members today, you know, to hear that how well their baby worked, you know, operating precisely. That is exactly what we wanted to do, holding the attitude and being able to maneuver very well and described, I think, just very excitedly by Reed and both Reed and Victor. I think it's really a great a moment for all of us who had been working in this arena to get this demonstration off. And of course, that wasn't the end of it. We did back away to about 65 feet, and we let the ICPS do a maneuver, and then we had another target, what we were calling this two-dimensional target. So it didn't have a standoff cross like we did on the ICPS nose. What we did was add a good 2-degree target or two-dimensional target on the spacecraft, on the ICPS, and then we did the same maneuver, but a little different. This maneuver was what we call 6-degree of freedom maneuver, where we were tracking and also maneuvering by rotating as well. So you're translating and rotating at the same time, and that allowed you to have a different characteristic of the vehicle performance in a manual piloting approach. And we were also able to go to this 33-foot range. So really important demonstration of both the fine and coarse handling of the spaceship for future missions as we go forward. And that was something that we wanted to make sure we brought down some risk. And you saw the images of the centerline camera, and performance was outstanding. And of course, the crew was outstanding. They did a terrific job. I actually flew the simulator. I did not qualify for this mission, unfortunately. So I definitely wasn't ready for this kind of mission. But Victor just did terrific and followed everything. And I saw the track today in terms of predictions, and I got to give kudos to him. He followed it right along, and it was a really great opportunity to demonstrate our capability. So that was a really important demonstration and test of our rendezvous and prox ops capabilities that we're going to need for the future. But also in that 24-hour period, we had to obviously demonstrate our readiness for translunar injection. We were able to really track a lot of the subsystems that we've learned from on Artemis I, but also the most important subsystem when we put humans on board is the life support system. And I'm happy to report that the performance of the CO2 scrubber, the ability to distribute water, control the temperature inside the cabin is exactly as we predicted, and in some cases better. And so that was really great. And of course, across all the other subsystems that we demonstrated in Artemis I, like power generation, was better than predicted also. Over 13 kilowatts of power generation, and our ability to control, like I said, the inside cabin and control the temperature across all the parts of the spacecraft was right on and nominal. So that was really good to see. And of course, we were ready to execute the TLI burn today, and our guidance navigation control system was ready to go. And demonstrated through this burn its ability to handle this type of burn and the precision that's needed to take us to the moon and come back into Earth's atmosphere. So really great overall demonstration of the ProxOps, really great demonstration of the core subsystems that we have on board the spaceship that's required to execute the rest of the days of this Artemis II mission. And finally, I would say that we had, I would say, really great opportunity to just understand our overall performance across all these subsystems and making sure that we're ready to commit the crew to a safe journey to the moon and back. And we demonstrated that over the last 24 hours. We were able to, as Lori said, have a mission management team review of that and determined that we were go for TLI. And I'm just really happy that we're headed to the moon. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room, and then we have several on the phone. A reminder, please raise your hand if you're here. We'll have a mic coming around. And then if you are joining by phone, *1 can get you into the question queue. And we will begin in the room here. Let's come around with the mic here in the front. Yep.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com, and I think it's for Howard. You know, the TLI seemed to go quite well, although I guess there were some reports of a couple of caution alarms that the crew reported, and then the mission control said, you know, it was not to worry about. And I'm just curious what those alarms were, or those caution lights were, and you know, how they were, I guess, set aside so quickly. Thanks.
Okay. I'll let Jed maybe give some highlights there.
Yeah, so about 15, 20 minutes before TLI, we had a couple of nominal reconfiguration changes of the atmosphere revitalization system, the cabin fans. And when we were moding those to a different mode, the fan speed change caused the cabin sensors to dip below the caution limit for just a bit. And of course, that rang an alarm that was a suspected cabin leak. That was a false indication. And so we quickly knew that there was no leak. We knew that there was just the sensors dipping low pretty quickly. Additionally, there were some RCS, reaction control system, SM manifold messages that we had been seeing previously. Essentially, whenever we're using that system, there's a pressure sensor divergence. And we've seen that before, and so we knew exactly what those signatures were. So again, not an issue at all.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica, and just congratulations. So far, it's been spectacular to behold all of this. I guess two questions for Howard. You know, first of all, quick question: were there any thruster issues during the ProxOps demo? Any sort of outages or concerns? With that regard, did everything perform nominally? And then does the performance and Victor's piloting during that exercise give you confidence in Orion's handling for the maneuvers contemplated in Artemis III with one or two of the HLS?
Yeah, no issues with the thrusters. They perform nominally and the performance is excellent. Relative to future confidence, this gives us a lot of confidence in terms of close in. I've talked previously about being on the docking axis. It's very important for the crew because unlike Orbiter, where we were able to have situation awareness from the windows, when we approach closely, we are very dependent on the cameras and the LiDAR that will be on Artemis III and above for our relative navigation. And so this was a really good exercise of that. And of course, hearing the crew in a preliminary way through verbally, but we'll look at the data very closely and then get the post-flight report from them in detail. I think at first indication that the vehicle performed better than obviously they expected. And I think, for us, it was really good understanding of how the human-in-the-loop part worked. We know precisely what our capabilities are when we have automated capability, but having a crew in the loop and demonstrating their capabilities and being able to hold and be able to execute a translational and rotational maneuvers and being able to do that precisely is really outstanding. And I look forward to them coming back home, telling us all the nuances. I'll be sitting in hours with them and questioning them on how they felt about it and what the responses were based on the pulses they put in. But yes, it's very, very heartwarming to hear that from the crew, and of course, even better to get the technical data and play that forward.
Go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is probably for a combination of both Judd and Howard. Now that we're committed with TLI, during Translunar Coast, the attitude you're going to hold, what are the out-the-view windows for the crew? What are they going to be able to see Earth with regard to Earth or the Moon? And also, prior to the flight, you were talking about, based on TLI, what they would get to see when they do the close observation. It was based on a sun angle of high, medium, or low. What did we end up getting based on the launch day and the TLI that we're in? And if you don't mind, just based on what he said, I'd like to follow up with Howard. It sounds like, based on what Ike said and you said, that the handling qualities, tight, deadbeat damping, that this is better than you predicted. Is that a true statement?
You want me to start first and
go ahead.
talk about that? I would say that predictions are hard. There's a human-in-the-loop kind of element, and we practice that. So I would say yes, definitely, maybe better than we anticipated in a lot of ways, because there's variations by which we go into space. On a closed-loop control system, for guidance navigation control, when you have an automated system, you know precisely and you predict exactly how the system will respond. The crew is well trained, and Victor did exactly what he needed to do, and the spacecraft responded.
As far as where the vehicle will be pointed, most of the time we spend in a tail to sun attitude. So we take the back end of the vehicle, point it towards the sun, and so whatever the geometry is, that's what you get. We sometimes have the advantage when we have good power balance. We can move the solar arrays that have cameras on the end, and we can move those around and see what look back at the Earth or look forward at the Moon. Also on flight day 6, whenever we do the lunar closer approach, we'll change attitude, make sure that the crew has those views of the lunar surface. As far as the lighting of the Moon, this was a lower lighting day that we launched. I think it was in the 20 to 30%, 20% lit area. So we'll still get good shots from the crew. We'll still get great descriptions from their Mark I eyeballs. But we're going around the Moon, so that's the main thing, right?
Okay, we'll take two more on the end here, and then we'll go to the phone. So go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddle, CNN. Quick question for Howard. I know Victor said that he was going to give the Cooper-Harper rating scales during the prox ops. Are you able to share those numbers? Just curious to know how it handled. And then also would love to just ask a general question about the crew, how they're adjusting to orbit. Specifically curious about the first-time flyer and whether there's any space adaptation syndrome without, invading privacy. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm sure we can share the Cooper-Harper handling qualities. We did assessments with the simulator, and we'll do it as part of this demonstration, and love to hear that feedback. I think we got some additional feedback, like I said, but look forward to that. Yeah, definitely. But I'll let Judd answer the other question about
as far as the crew members, they're doing great. There's no indication that they're having any problems at all. So I don't expect that they're having any problems.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Thanks so much and congratulations again. I wanted to ask about the troubleshooting of the toilet that happened on that first day. Can you just explain to us what the issue was and how they fixed it? And on a priority scale, would you say this was a number 1 priority or a number 2?
So when, we had always planned to wet the toilet with some water that we had pulled out of the PWD, the potable water dispenser, and it turns out, I guess, we didn't put enough in, and so the pump was not fully wetted, and so it has automatic fault detection in that if it's not fully wetted, it'll shut itself down. So once we figured out that we didn't put enough water in, we put more in there, made sure that it was essentially primed, the pump was primed, and then the toilet came right back up.
I will say that in addition, a good kind of byproduct of this, while we're working through those procedures, we were able to check out the secondary vent line for the urine as well, and so that was a good. That's an alternate path. If we could not go with the primary line, we were able to bend out on the secondary line, and we were able to demonstrate that. And we didn't demonstrate it today, the primary vent line through the working toilet. So I think both lines are working well, and really happy about that.
Yeah, I'll just add real quickly that I think this is a great example of some of the procedural things as we're learning to work and live in the Orion capsule. We've got real humans in there. They're trying to live and learn, and we're gonna learn things along the way. Oops, we need to do this. We need to prime it first. This is the kind of things we're gonna get.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone now, and we'll start with Marcia Dunn from the Associated Press.
Oh yes, hi. Good evening. I have a question probably for you, Lori. Could you just or anybody really, could you talk about the stress level in mission control prior to the TLI burn? I mean, were you really sweating it there? And now that that's done, do you have any new revised numbers for the lunar flyby distance? Do you still think the Orion's going to go 4,000 miles past the moon before turning around, maybe closer to 5,000? Any new lunar distance numbers from today? Thanks.
Hey, Marcia. Thanks for the questions. I'll let Judd speak to what the mood was like down in Mission Control. I was actually sitting up observing the room and listening in on the loops, and everything was seemed like it was going very smoothly. They always seem so calm and controlled down there in Mission Control. Up in the room where I was with several other folks, as soon as we counted down and we started that burn, we just sat in silence and watched the clock go and waited for that statement that said the burn was complete. And it was just wonderful to just sit there, watch, enjoy it, and say, we've done this. So it's a great accomplishment. We're really proud of all the teams that got us to this point. Let's see, the second question, about the distance. So the anticipated distance, I believe, was around 4,600 miles from the surface. Is that right? And it's a good burn, so I'm anticipating we'll be pretty close to that, but I don't know that anyone's done the actual calculation yet.
Yeah, assuming that we had a nominal burn, which we did, the max distance that our folks calculated was 219,639 nautical miles max distance from the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
So, as far as the mood in Mission Control, these teams have done lots and lots of simulations, and so I would say they're consummate professionals. Everybody, even with the sensor problems that we had, able to do the TLI and get us through everything, perfectly. So, I mean, I wouldn't say there's any stress level at all.
Yeah, maybe, Lori, I'll jump in on the mission evaluation room that supports the flight control team. I was in there with the team, and, we have high confidence in our main engine. We've operated several times on Artemis I, and, of course, we operated the upper stage separation burn as well. And I'll just tell you, everybody was standing, not so much nervous, just excitement. And then in one of our conference rooms where we had a couple of G&C experts with us, we geeked out and talked about TGO, VGO, Lambda, Lambda dot, and teaching class on how these burns were calculated, what the guidance targets were, and it was really fun to listen to that while we waited for the TIG. So it was really fun.
All right, our next question on the phone line is from Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, I have a question on the exercising. So I was watching the video when Reed was exercising, and I know Mission Control kind of started chuckling because you could see the movement. So I was wondering if you'd kind of quantify a little bit how much it was moving. I know it was expected, but I'm still curious to know how much. Also, just a technical question. Would you say that Orion was in high Earth orbit or low Earth orbit during the TLI burn, just because it seems so close to the Earth? Thanks.
Let me take that. Let's see, as far as the exercise, the flywheel machine, it's a little bit like a rowing machine. I think you saw that. I mean, are you asking, I didn't quite understand the question, like how much movement does the capsule do while we're doing the movement? Is that the question? Yeah, I don't think we saw anything that we didn't expect.
Yeah, you'll see some solar ray dynamics, which is expected. But it didn't perturb any of our control where we've had to make any adjustment, big burns or anything like that to control the attitude is where you would hear or get affected by those dynamics. Of course, we'll look at the data. I wasn't sitting in front of the data console today, but I just saw it on the videos that were coming down, and we'll talk to the team, but we didn't expect anything different. I asked our guidance navigation guys if there was any issues, and they said nope, didn't see any issues relative to exercise. And then, of course, we'll always look at the data and go by that, but looks good so far.
Let's see, and the other question was, were we in a high Earth orbit when we did TLI? Yes, technically we were, but we were at the lowest part, perigee of the orbit, so we were about 100 nautical miles off the Earth's surface, traveling about 23,000 and change miles per hour. And so because we did the TLI burn, now that takes us out of the high Earth orbit and gets us on that free return trajectory to the side of the moon.
Okay, next up is Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
Hey, can you hear me okay? Thanks
Yes.
for having this briefing. I would appreciate hearing a little more about the water dispenser situation. It sounded like just before the burn, they were doing what they were calling like water ops, and they were bagging up water in plastic bags. Could you just go over exactly what the issues were with the dispenser and why it was decided to have backup water and how much water the astronauts actually bagged up? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. So during ascent, so we have 4 water tanks in the Orion service module, and each one of those tanks has an isolation valve between them. The isolation valve between the middle 2 tanks failed closed during ascent, and so it essentially isolated 2 tanks on one side and 2 tanks on the other. Each end of those tanks goes to one of 2 different water dispensers, a primary and a secondary, so we have full access to all of the water. However, in an abundance of caution, we decided it probably good, just in case we have a subsequent failure of an isolation valve, to bag some water, and so that's exactly what we did. We're going to bag some water in the cabin and preserve that just in case we have a subsequent failure.
Okay, our next question is from Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to clarify the predicted maximum distance from Earth. Did you say 219,000 miles? And is that based on, and that's based on the TLI burn that was just done today, right?
Those are predicts prior to us performing the TLI burn, so that assumed a perfect TLI burn, so I haven't gone and run those numbers again.
And just real quick, the reason I asked, of course, is because that's far below the record breaking for Apollo 13. Is that your guys' understanding, I guess?
That's in nautical miles. So the Apollo distance record in nautical miles was about 216,000 nautical miles.
Okay, our next question is from Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I have a bit of a general question and then a specific one. The general one is, how do you feel like everything is it going to plan, and are there any concerns you're keeping an eye on at this point? And then more specifically, I was curious if you could tell us about what to expect from the first high-res images and video, as well as when we might see the solar eclipse? Thank you.
I think I'll take a stab. It's echoing in here, so it's kind of hard to hear the question. But I think the first one is how things are going. Is there anything we're tracking? And I'll just look over at my colleagues. But, things are going really well. I think we couldn't be more pleased with how well things are going. Right now, we're not tracking any issues of concern. As I said, we're learning from the spacecraft, but that's what we anticipate, and we're not tracking anything. We went straight into the TLI with absolute confidence that we can complete the rest of this mission as planned. I think the other part of the question had to do with some of the imaging and expectations for when we'll get some of those back, in particular the eclipse. I'm really excited about the eclipse that we're probably going to encounter now as part of this mission. I think the crew's excited about it as well. I know they did a little training to learn about what they're going to see. It'll be really cool when they're out and beyond the moon, be able to look back with the moon eclipsing the sun. They'll be able to see the sun's corona. That's kind of a cool, exciting thing to do. So they've been trained on it, and they're looking forward to it.
Okay. We'll come back here in the room for other questions. Let's start here in the second row.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. There was a little bit of online chatter about the Outlook issues that were happening with Reed Wiseman. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what exactly was going on with that.
Yeah, this is not uncommon. We have this on station all the time. Sometimes Outlook has issues getting configured, especially when you don't have a network that's directly connected. And so essentially we just had to reload his files on Outlook, to get it working.
Okay, go ahead.
Richard Tu with the Post newspaper. A question for Howard. You talked earlier about a ground issue related to the communications problem. Can you explain that a little bit more? Was it literally like a loose screw, or was it something underground cabling, maybe a resistance issue? Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Thank you.
Yeah, I can take that. So we have a processor at White Sands ground terminal. It's called a serial communication processor. In order to get return telemetry, it has to translate the radio messages to something that our front-end processors at MCC can understand. So that processor is supposed to be in a configuration for nominal S-band Orion telemetry. When we essentially found a bug that we didn't know was there before. So when we did our checkouts, part of our checkout is to put in a configuration for the emergency comm configuration. When we commanded it back to the nominal configuration, it showed that it had taken, but it did not actually. And so you basically had to go into low-level commanding to see what was the actual configuration and do that. So it's a software bug we now understand that we hadn't seen before, and so no issue with us going forward.
Okay, we'll go right here.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout. So we talked a little bit about some of the communications anomalies and other kind of teething issues we saw on that first day of flight. And I was just curious, what would you say has been the biggest learning moment about the Orion spacecraft so far during the mission, and have there been any surprises? Thanks.
Yeah, I think the biggest learning is always first-time systems, and I always go to life support. Being able to control humidity and scrubbing CO2, which performance is really great. In fact, we're maybe becoming, we need a little bit more humidity. I think it's doing too well sometimes, but I think those are things that are, like Lori said, we're learning, we're adjusting how to operate the spaceship with actual people on board and that are actually putting out CO2 and breathing in oxygen. So I think this is one of the things that we've learned in that 24 hours. We're learning a lot. The trending data, the sensors we have on board in terms of accuracy, being able to track that very closely is something that we're going to learn. No surprises. We expect good performance from our subsystems, so we're very happy about that. And again, we knew that we would learn a lot. And the other thing we would learn a lot is what you guys were all referring to relative to caution warnings. I think we have thousands of caution warnings on board the spaceship, and it provides a lot of good information for the crew. But also we're learning about the boundaries of these caution warning parameters and whether they're really nuisances or whether they're real issues. And I think this is one of the things that we'll learn all the way along the mission as we utilize and learn more about the spacecraft and approach all these objectives we're trying to accomplish along the way.
Okay, right here.
Hi, T.G. Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question for Lori, in terms of a little clarification on the timeline. With the eclipse, you said it'll be when they're behind the moon, so will that be on day 6? And also, is there any clarification on what part of the timeline we'll be having the ship-to-ship communication with the station?
That's definitely a question for Judd here. We'll let him, he's got the detailed timeline right in front of him.
Yes, it is flight day 6 that the crew will be behind the moon. Let's see, and your other question was?
The ship-to-ship.
Ship-to-ship comm. I think we were going to do that on flight day 8 or 9. I don't know where that ended up.
7, I believe.
Yeah, maybe it's on 7. Yep, it's flight day 7.
Okay, let's come here to the one with their hand up. Yes.
Hi, Katrina Miller for the New York Times. How fast will Orion move as it heads to the moon, like the maximum speed? And have the crew members been able to check in with their families yet, or when will this happen?
Okay, so it changes speed as it goes around in orbit. The maximum speed we just experienced at TLI, which was, we started off at 23,660 miles per hour. We added about 867 miles per hour, so that's 24,500, something like that, 24,500 miles an hour. And then as we get closer to the moon will be our lowest speed around the apogee, which is around, I think, 1,300 foot per second, which I'm not going to do math in public on how many miles per hour that is. But then once we come back to Earth, it gets around that same speed, around 25,000 miles per hour as we get to entering our interface.
And they talk to their family.
Okay, let's actually come over to this side here in the middle. Oh, and there was the question, additional question about if the crew has spoken with family yet.
Yeah, I don't believe they haven't had time to talk to their families yet. They've been really busy, so we'll make time for that as we get, now that we're past TLI.
Robert Coppinger, British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight Magazine. The RCS thrusters on the service module, are they European technology or American technology? And Administrator Isaacman's distance record from one of his 2 space flights, when does Integrity beat that?
Well, I would say the RCS, or Reaction Control System, if you're asking that is a European-built system. I don't know about Administrator Isaacman's distance, so I can't comment on that.
I suspect we've already broken that.
I thought we broke it when we went into the high Earth orbit.
But yeah.
When we got out to apogee, we would have already exceeded that.
Okay, was there another question? Second row here, yes. And then we'll go back to a few more from the phone.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks for taking my question. The viewers of our Inside NASA Innovation series are eager to understand the broader human impact of this mission. So looking beyond the boundaries of space exploration itself, which industries here on Earth stand to benefit most from what you're discovering up there? And what is being learned in the mission that will tangibly improve life for people down here?
Oh, those are some good questions. I think from the industry standpoint, I think there's a whole range of things that we're going to benefit. Number one, just thinking basically just in our production capabilities within the U.S. and around the world. but I feel certain we're going to be pushing boundaries of technologies as well, not just in the systems that we're flying on the rockets, but even in some of the things we're testing out inside the crew cabin for the crew to use, and the cutting edge of technology. So a lot of amazing things there. And then what was the second part of your question? Oh, help life on Earth. It's always a wonderful question, and I really feel like the exploration that we do is just inspirational for everyone here on Earth, hopefully inspiring our young people around the world, the Artemis generation that's growing up now to want to grow and achieve and to learn and to start trying to think through where they're going to dedicate their talents as they get older and learn the different skills that we need to cut the edge of new technologies into the future.
Okay, we'll go back to the phone for several questions. Our next one is from Robert Perlman with collectspace.com.
Hi. You know, the quote, "Your go for TLI," is one of those iconic quotes from the Apollo years that just has held the test of time. But Michael Collins was the astronaut who coined it, and he later said that maybe he should have picked out something more momentous. I'm wondering, you know, now having gone through a TLI, if you think that it speaks to, or not, does it hide how this burn is different from all other burns, that this is the one that you're committing to leave Earth's orbit and go to the moon, and there's no turning back. I know that you said that there wasn't extra stress, that you had practiced this over and over, but was there any moment that you actually, you know, gulped hard that, yeah, we're going to the moon?
So the question, it was a little bit garbled. I think it was about the TLI burn and that burn being perhaps special in the minds of the team. Robert, may need to get you to say some of that again. I think we captured that, though.
Yeah, that, do you think the public, when they hear go for TLI, or when we speak about it normally during a press conference like this, does it really convey how the momentous moment that it actually captures?
So I think what he's getting at here with the question, help me if I get this incorrectly, but you know, as we're executing on that 5-minute burn, is there a point at which our teams, as we're executing, kind of absorb the impact of just how important this burn is, and how, you know, if we don't get it all the way through the burn, then what would happen? I don't know if you want to speak to how your teams execute within the mission control. They're very measured, they're very controlled, they execute, and they're ready to respond.
Yeah, I would say we probably reflect on that after our shift, and we'll execute everything professionally. Probably save the reflection for after our shift, and certainly that reflection. I suspect everybody, you know, understands that this is a once in a lifetime moment.
All right, our next question on the phone is from Christopher Mick with the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you for taking the question and for all your time tonight. Another amazing day here in the mission. I just want to ask, I think these would be for Jed and Howard. I was wondering, the crew sounded very busy, and the time I was hearing the loops today, and I was just wondering on the astronauts' kind of individual task timelines, if they're kind of on schedule for that or falling behind at all or skipping some things. And then maybe to Howard, if there was any time for Earth observation photography, if there's any feedback from the crew on how things were going shooting through the Orion windows.
So I would say there were, as far as the timeline goes, there were a few things that the crew was not able to get to today and yesterday, and that's fine. We knew this was going to be a very, very packed first 2 days, and now once we've got past TLI, we've got lots more time to do things. And observation certainly is one of those things that the crew absolutely will be doing during their time, and they've got plenty of time now to reflect and do those other operations.
Yeah, I'll say that although, like Judd said, maybe a few things didn't get done in the schedule that was planned that could be made up, the real important one, for me at least, was this ProxOps demonstration. I think we budgeted around 71 minutes. The crew finished in 65. And that was awesome because, like I said earlier, we were able to accomplish all our objectives and within that time period because we were having to exit and leave the ICPS distance and move on towards the orbit. So having that done and getting all those objectives accomplished was very significant, and I'm really happy to do it with some margin.
Okay, our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
Good evening. I have a question. Has there been a formal report issued yet on the possible damages caused by Artemis II compared to Artemis I? I understand that it caused some damage to the elevators, and it also burnt through the surface area, scorching it. Has there any report issued on that as yet?
So this is a question related to the potential damage to the Mobile Launcher 1, where we launched yesterday. We've talked many times about the ruggedization that we did to the Mobile Launcher following the Artemis 1 mission. And what I can tell you is that our initial assessment is showing that most of the damage is really largely cosmetic. Really, overall, everything's looking pretty good, especially compared to Artemis 1. We know we're going to have some repairs that we'll need to do, but those repairs, the repairs that we made following Artemis 1 largely worked, so that's a good thing. We are in the process of doing an in-depth assessment of what kind of damage was received there. We do know that there were some bolts, some latching bolts that perhaps didn't hold as anticipated, and there was some, I believe, some issues down in the firing well there. But we're still doing the assessment, so hold tight, and we'll get you some more details as we better understand exactly where that mobile launcher is right now.
Okay, Philip.
Hi, Philip Sloss. I guess a quick follow-up with Lori about the mobile launcher. After the first launch, there was a pneumatic leak. You didn't see any issues in terms of the continuity with the pneumatic systems in those lines?
Everything's doing extremely well, actually, yeah. And the water suppression system was able to wash things down, so we didn't have the issues of the concerns with corrosion, the pneumatics. All of the other systems seem to fare extremely well.
Okay. And then a quick one for Judd, hopefully. On the first launch, SLS had a tiny underspeed at MECO. And I know they were looking to make some tweaks so that they would hit the exact targeted MECO. What did you see yesterday during the ascent?
Yeah, as I mentioned, right on the money.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kaya Burgess from the Times of London. How closely did you study in planning this mission the free return slingshot trajectory of Apollo 13 in terms of the lessons to be learned of what to do similarly or what to avoid, and how different will this trajectory be from the only other time humans have taken that trajectory around the moon and back?
You take it.
Okay, so it is slightly different from Apollo 8. Apollo 8 actually went into the lunar orbit, gravity well, right? Orion doesn't have the capability or the propellant to do that, and so we're taking advantage of the gravity to slingshot Orion back around the moon. So it's quite actually in the early design of Apollo. As a matter of fact, Apollo 13 got on a free return trajectory to get it into a minimum energy state so that we could go back to Earth. And so this is more like that trajectory in that we're taking advantage of the moon's gravity as an assist so that we don't have to burn as much propellant.
My question is, how does it compare to Apollo 13 rather than 8?
Oh, 13, not 8. Okay, yeah, it's similar. So we got on a free return trajectory on Apollo 13, very similar to the one that we are doing now.
Okay, we'll take another question in the room over here.
I'm just wondering, I work in television, and when they're going around the moon, what are the visuals going to be like? Because I know Apollo 11, when they were live, they're black and white. And we're seeing some of the images now from the spacecraft, which we love, but they're not as grainy as they were in the Apollo days, but they're not necessarily as wonderful as maybe SpaceX gives us right now with some of their work. So what can we expect to see visually as they're going around the moon? What is it going to look like?
So I'll say that we're much further away from the moon than we were on closest approach for, say, Artemis 1 or even, Apollo 8, for instance, 3,000 to 4,000 nautical miles away. So the moon will look smaller. It's what I've been told is if you take a basketball at arm's length, that's about what it's going to look like from the crew's vantage point. Certainly the camera technology is a lot better than it was in the 60s, so we'll have that advantage. We also have some really long lenses that the crew have for their handheld cameras, Nikons and Z9s. So they'll hopefully when we get those downlinked, they'll be really sharp images that we've all come to expect.
Yeah,
modern technology.
The one thing I'll just mention, and Judd can probably jump in on this one as well, is while the camera technology that we have up there is outstanding and we'll have very, very high resolution, high quality images, the downlink from the moon is not as great as it could be, as it is from low Earth orbit. And so it will take a little longer to get some of those data down, and sometimes I would imagine the early downloads will be somewhat reduced resolution so that we can get them down here and at least share the lower resolution. And then as we have the capability and the bandwidth to download the higher res, we'll make those available.
Go ahead.
Moises Avila, AFP, Agence France Presse. I know that more than 50 years have passed and it's a new world and new technology, but compared to the Apollo missions, what things have changed and what protocols or beliefs maybe, or traditions maybe remain?
Well, when you say what has changed, I mean, certainly the computing capability in the amount of software. We have over 900,000 lines of software. And so I think the ability for the crew to engage in the systems in a very deep level through the displays. And of course, we have electronic procedures, which Judd and his team is very familiar with, which we don't need to carry paper around. There was a lot of paper procedures. And of course, the sensor capability. The inertial measuring units. When we get close in, we got GPS. Everybody's familiar with that, of course. The ability for us to know exactly where we are in space, the precision by which we're able to do rendezvous prox-ups and docking, just even with a camera, is a huge step in technology. And so I think this is one of these things where the ability for us to utilize the technology to advance and make it easier on the crews to operate, and of course leveraging the ability for us to build a little bigger spaceship, a third larger, and allow us to fly another crew member and be able to compact that in smaller components, but yet still provide the same functionality and even more in some cases, is a huge advancement for us. So I think overall, but physics doesn't change. The teardrop shape is very efficient from an aerodynamics perspective. The Apollo giants were just very good technical engineering experts. And engineering and the physics does not change. And so we learned a lot from them in terms of the things they learned, and we leveraged off of that.
Okay, we'll take one final question here.
Thank you, Rachel. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for your time tonight. A couple of quick ones for Judd. You mentioned when we spoke back in September that pad abort would be the riskiest that the crew could possibly endure. I wonder, as you saw Ascent and they ticked past those abort scenarios, how you were feeling, getting further and further along the pathway. And now that the crew is in flight, I know we discussed in some previous briefings that certain abort scenarios or early returns are still possible even past TLI. At what point does it make the most sense to continue with a free return as opposed to an early U-turn? Thank you.
Yeah, so always feel great not to have to do an abort, period. right? And so I'm happy that SLS performed so well, that ICPS performed so well that we didn't even have to entertain that. As far as now that we're post TLI, it's about a day or two in past TLI where it's no longer feasible to do what we call a direct abort, and it's more likely that we'll get home at the same time if we just continue on in the free return trajectory.
All right. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude. I want to thank our participants for joining us today. You can follow all of our mission progress in the multitude of ways we have available on nasa.gov, and we look forward to providing another update tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the flight of Artemis II and our 4 astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen on their flight around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years. This is also the first flight of humans aboard Orion, and it was a banner day for the spacecraft. At 6:49 p.m. Central Time, the Orion spacecraft executed the translunar injection burn, a 5-minute and 50-second burn that committed the spacecraft to leaving a high Earth orbit and beginning its journey around the moon and back home. This is a live view inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here, where the Orbit 2 team is now coming on console to take over from the Orbit 1 shift. If you were watching the news conference, we had a few calls to and from the crew during that time frame. One of those was retimelining some of the exercise for the crew later today. We are expecting a public affairs event coming up in just about an hour, and they will then execute their exercise on the flywheel afterward. We also had a time period where we had a delay on the forward link of the Deep Space Network. So our communications to the crew were delayed. That was what we believe to be due to a downlink coming down. Command and data handling stopped that downlink, which resumed the on-time communications with the crew. They'll be able to troubleshoot that and work on transferring large files down from the crew. Recently, Christina Cook reported that her PCD, her portable computing device, went dark before translunar injection and has been unresponsive on a charger. So the team here is troubleshooting to see if there's anything they can do to bring that back online. Last but not least, Commander Reed Wiseman said they got great views of the Earth as they continued departing following the translunar injection burn, and just a testament to how everything is planned and tracked in space. He reported that the windows were dirty because the crew enjoyed looking out of them so much, so he called down for procedures on how to clean the windows. It's important to ask for instructions on things like this. As I mentioned, everything is tracked so carefully throughout a mission that it's important to let the crew and the teams know what is being used. This is a live view from the Orion capsule looking back on Earth, our home planet. We are now 18,500 miles away from Earth. When we conducted that translunar injection burn coming up on about 2 hours ago, we were just 115 miles above our planet. Obviously, that has increased exponentially as we are now on the journey to the moon and back home. Currently, Orion is 223,000 miles away from the moon.
Integrity, Houston, with some additional PCD troubleshooting for Christina.
Go ahead for Christina.
All right, Christina, we have one additional Hail Mary to try and recover your PCD. We're going to suggest that you reseat the power cable and then press and hold the power and volume up simultaneously for 20 seconds. You should be able, if the PCD responds, you'll enter BIOS, and you might get a screen in which you can select exit, making a functional PCD at that point. Good luck.
And work. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control, now MET, or mission elapsed time, 1 day, 3 hours, and 10 minutes into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years. And we are going to the moon. After a successful translunar injection burn today, we are now over 19,500 miles away from Earth and growing closer to our lunar neighbor, now 222,000 miles away from the moon. The view on the left side of your screen is from Orion, a live view looking back at our home planet, that small dot. And down in the bottom right-hand screen, you can see Capcom Chris Birch wrapping up her Orbit 1 shift today, as well as Flight Director Jeff Radigan. They've been leading the teams throughout Orbit 1 and the translunar injection burn.
Integrity, for your information, toilet is go for use. We're estimating about 5 more uses.
We copy that, and I have a question about the flywheel accelerometer, specifically the software that I'm opening up.
All right, Reed, I'll take your question.
When I'm opening the Orion Crew Seat Accelerometer version 1.10.5.0, I got a pop-up that came up that said, confirm disarm. The device is armed. Do you want to disarm it? Yes or no? Okay.
Affirm, Reed, you do want to arm. Excuse me, you do want to disarm.
Do I want to disarm it? Yes or no?
Sorry, Reed, I think I stepped on you there. We do want you to disarm.
Copy that, disarm. on 1 for flywheel accelerometer.
Go ahead, Reed.
It says to secure the 2 accelerometers, 1 to the flywheel, 1 to the hull, with the Velcro, but then also with Kapton tape, which is supposed to be with the accelerometers. I don't see any Kapton tape there, and my judgment is they are very well secured, so I'm not going to put Kapton tape over them. Let me know if you need me to change that.
Reed, that sounds like great judgment to us. That's no problem.
Houston integrity for PCD.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Chris. Unfortunately, no joy with that action, and I also had Ike try it. Neither of us were successful getting it to respond in any way.
All right. Unfortunately, Christina, that's all the troubleshooting I have for you for now. We'll do some more thinking and see what we can come up with, but thanks for trying it.
Okay, she acknowledges that. I've got a question for you on the dual camera bracket config for transit. When I got to the threaded rods, just want to check with you. I was supposed to do 6 turns. When I get to 2.5 turns on all of them, I start to feel some resistance. I assume it's a helicoil, so do you want me to push through that resistance to 6 turns? And as long as it's a reasonable amount of resistance would be the caveat.
All right, Jeremy, thanks for that report. We're going to check and get back to you. We think your approach is reasonable, but we're just going to verify.
Okay, standing by.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is a visualization known as ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this at any time on your computer or device by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. And thanks to ARROW, we were able to see that we are now 22,000, almost 23,000 miles away from Earth, creeping up on the moon, now 219,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. Teams in Mission Control Houston are conducting their handover with the flight director coming on console. We are now 1 day, 3 hours, and 34 minutes mission elapsed time of the Artemis II mission, a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Those 4 humans, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, are preparing for an upcoming public affairs event. They'll be speaking with media clients here on the ground, giving us a good look inside the capsule and letting us know what it's been like to live and work on the spacecraft. We had a big milestone today at 6:49 p.m. Central Time when the OMS, or Orbital Maneuvering System engine, ignited on Orion, powering the translunar injection burn. Until that time, we had been in a high Earth orbit, allowing teams time to check out the systems ahead of committing to sending the crew around the moon and also serving as their deorbit burn. It was a successful burn. The crew continues to quickly depart Earth. We will see the closest approach of the crew on flight day 6 during their lunar flyby.
Integrity, Houston, with some dual camera bracket install words for Jeremy.
Okay, before you go ahead with that, Chris, we're going to defer the toilet maintenance to after the PAO event, just FYI.
Okay, Jeremy, we copy. No problem. Are you ready for the dual camera bracket instructions?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, we'd like you to give a little pull test on the fasteners and see if they're snug. It's possible there might be a little play in the system. But if they feel snug, they're not going to come out. You can continue installing the bracket per the procedure, leaving the number of turns as they are. We think we probably have a good enough fit.
Okay, there's no wiggle in the fasteners. They do feel secure. I'll maybe give them another eighth of a turn because I stopped a bit early to snug them up. And then I think that's it for this part of the procedure. I've secured the dual camera bracket to the hatch as described, and there was nothing else to do today. I just want to confirm we're on the same page. I'm just leaving it open.
Copy, Jeremy. That sounds good with your 1/8-inch snugging turn. I think the next activity for this will be, I think, on Victor's timeline. But sounds like a good plan. Thanks for checking in.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time, 1 day, 3 hours, 43 minutes. Orion has completed its translunar injection burn today at 6:49 p.m. Central Time as the start of the burn. That was a 5 minute and 50 second burn. The spacecraft and its crew, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are now over 24,000 miles away from the Earth. Lots of movement in mission control right now as the Orbit 1 team is starting to step off console after a very momentous shift. We remain live for our coverage all throughout the mission, all the way until the crew is back home on Earth. Currently, the crew is setting up for their first public affairs event while aboard Orion. Today they also worked on setting up the flywheel. This is the exercise device that they'll use inside Orion. It's essentially like a rowing device, allows them to do both aerobic and resistance training. The entire unit is about the size of a suitcase, which is in comparison to over 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. The crew in Orion woke up at 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, and they're slated to remain awake until about 3 a.m. Houston time tomorrow, April 3rd. Their sleep was scheduled to be interrupted last night by the perigee raise burn that put us in the proper configuration for the translunar injection burn. And with TLI complete, they will get the opportunity for a full night's sleep tonight.
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the stream, setting up for the PAO event, and we'd love some help with voice and scene checks.
Okay, we copy. We're ready. Integrity Houston, we're still not seeing anything. Oh, just came on board. Okay. Just jumped the gun. Now we're seeing your video. Checking. Okay, Integrity. Good scene and good voice quality.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are getting a live look on console as the Orbit 2 team has come into the mission control room. Near the top right of your screen is Flight Director Paul Kanya, joined by your new Capcoms for today. That'll be Mark Reagan and Sandra Moore. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single voice communicating with the crew aboard Orion. They gather information along with the flight director and make decisions on what can be called to the crew to keep that communication streamlined throughout the day. We are MET, or Mission Elapsed Time, 1 day, 3 hours, and 51 minutes into the flight of Orion, another big day for the crew as they completed the translunar injection burn, 5-minute and 50-second burn that committed them to flying around the moon on flight day 6 and returning back to Earth with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Mark, if it's possible, we would love to get fan speed down. You're going to be able to hear it over the PAO microphone, but also it's just very cold on this side of the spacecraft.
Okay, copy.
Pilot Victor Glover calling down about turning down one of the fans in the spacecraft. We are coming up on a public affairs event, the first time that the crew will be speaking with media live from the capsule. We expect that PAO event to start in about 7 minutes. Our 4 astronauts have been configuring the cabin and the cameras for today's public affairs event. The crew module of Orion has 60% more cubic volume than Apollo. The spacecraft has 330 cubic feet of habitable volume.
Integrity Houston. Unfortunately, the fan speed is as low as we can go right now per flight rule, but you are welcome to try to adjust the direction of those diffusers above the hatch if that helps any. Copy your thumbs up, Reed.
Crew continuing to set up for the public affairs event. The living space inside the crew module is about the size of 2 minivans and can be habitable for 4 people up to 21 days without docking to another spacecraft. After the PAO event, the teams here on the ground are timelining some exercise for the crew. Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use the flywheel device earlier. Pilot Victor Glover will do the same after this event, as well as mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. Checking in on Orion's distance from Earth, approaching 26,000 miles from our home planet, 216,300 miles away from the moon. Standing by for the start of the public affairs event. Crew aboard Orion is ready to speak with teams here on the ground.
Integrity Houston, you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the event.
ABC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Gio Benitez at ABC News. How do you hear me?
Outstanding. We have you loud and clear. How about us?
I hear you loud and clear, and I truly cannot believe it. You are quite literally on the way to the moon right now and still speaking with us. Tell me, how do you feel? What's going through your mind? I mean, this must be so incredible because have you allowed the weight of the moment to really fit in here? Have you allowed that to happen?
Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first because we are pretty far from Earth and we have not gotten to say hi to them yet. But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment, but you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all four of us in our tracks.
What has been most surprising to you about this so far?
Well, I think probably one of the things that surprised all of us is when those solid rocket boosters actually lit and we left the pad. It was just a moment of disbelief, and yeah, the fact that we launched, it just totally takes you by surprise, even though you're expecting it, at least for me anyway. And I just had a huge smile across my face.
Did it feel different? Because I can imagine that's such a powerful rocket that must have felt different for you.
One of the biggest surprises was how smooth riding those solids was. We all expected a really just dynamic ride, a lot of motion. We were prepared to potentially not being able to see telemetry, maybe even not being able to, touch switches, and it was very smooth. It was a definite difference when they separated and we were just on the main engines, but just a steady rumble and a great ride.
What do you want to tell Americans here at home who are watching this right now? They're quite amazed at the fact that you are speaking to us on the way to the moon right now. What do you want to tell them about this particular mission and why it's so important?
First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you. Your support and trust in us has enabled this, and so many people that have worked for so long to make this possible. But also, we're just getting started. You know, we've worked really hard, and even though we were a little surprised to actually launch yesterday, we have a lot of mission left ahead of us. And so I really want to tell them, stay tuned and keep tabs on what's going on. NASA's doing a great job of communicating all the things to come.
I can't even tell you how many cheers were there on the ground. I was there watching you all lift off from the Kennedy Space Center, and everyone was so excited, so happy, and that was just incredible. Jeremy, I know this is your first time in space, and you're surrounded by all of these space vets. What's it been like for you that this is your first mission there?
There has been a tremendous amount of disbelief for me. It's just so extraordinary. I just kept saying to them yesterday, like, I really like it up here. I wish I could have got here sooner. It's just such a tremendous place to be. The views are extraordinary. It's really fun to be floating around, and it just makes me feel like a little kid.
I heard that there was a little bit of an issue with the toilet. Which one of you was the plumber?
I'll take that one. I'm the space plumber. I'm proud to call myself the space plumber. I like to say that it is probably the most important piece of equipment on board. So we were all breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out to be just fine. It was just an issue, I think, of sitting for a long time and needing a little time to warm up, a priming issue. But we did originally think that there could have been potentially something fouling up the motor, and luckily we are all systems go.
Oh, well, I'm sure I could see the faces right there. Y'all are very happy about that. I see that you're very cozy in there. It's tight quarters, but it was also a little chilly, I heard.
It is quite cold, and yeah, we're wishing we had the lower temperature sleeping bags with us. But right before this PAO event started, I pulled my knit cap off, and I'm ready to put it back on. But Houston's been working with us to change fan speeds and temperature set points, and we've actually been able to warm it up a lot better in the last half a day or so. Our last nap before TLI, we got a lot more comfortable.
Well, that's a really interesting question. How is it that you take a nap in there? What does sleeping even look like?
Well, let's see. So we've been off the planet for, what, about 30 hours now, and we've had 2 very short naps. We actually just gathered for our first meal together in space. That is how busy we have been the last day and a half. It has been really an amazing beginning flight plan. But sleeping here is it's actually sort of comical. Christina has been sleeping heads down in the middle of the vehicle, kind of like a bat suspended from our docking tunnel. Victor's been up where Jeremy is right now. He's got a nice little nook wedged in there. And then Jeremy has been stretched out on seat 1, and I've been sleeping under the displays just in case anything goes wrong. It's more comfortable than you would think, and it's nice. It's nice to sleep in weightlessness again. Every time I was dozing off last night, I had that image that I was tripping off a curb and I was waking myself up. So my body's getting reacclimated. It's been a few years since I've been up here.
I've heard it's the best sleep up in space. Do you feel the weight of history knowing that you're going to be traveling farther than any other human?
You know, it's a remarkable thing. You would think it would be weighty, but we just feel like we're lifted up by the team that supports us, and you just sort of execute the plan. A lot of people telling us how to work this and manage this vehicle, and a lot of great training, and you just kind of go step by step, which I think is pretty remarkable what this team can do, and it really highlights their excellence.
And I think I just want to add, we just got done our translunar injection burn, and it was pretty tense moments there. For a second. And when we got done that burn, we just kind of looked at each other as a crew. We have been to the moon before in 1968 through 1972. It's been a long time since we've been back. And I got to tell you, there is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort, and we are now just realizing the gravity of that.
Yeah, nothing normal about this. What are you most excited about once you get to the moon?
Having just experienced incredible views of planet Earth and seeing the entire planet out the window in one pane, knowing that we're about to have some similar views of the moon in that same way is definitely getting me more excited for it. I knew that that is what we would see, but there's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset, and knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon. I'm really excited for that. And then of course heading home. Right now we're in our cruise phase outbound, but we'll be turning our sights back on our home planet shortly. Shorter probably, it's going to fly by, but we're just excited for both of those milestones.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling, and what message do you want to send to the American people about what you're seeing out that window?
Well, the first thing I would say is trust us. You look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. You know, Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or you know, what you look like. We're all one people. And so, you know, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, you know, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. You know, we call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we put, not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give us one of those that we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Integrity, what an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the ABC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from Fox News.
910 ready. Integrity. This is Trace Gallagher with Fox News. How do you hear me?
Hey, Trace, we got you loud and clear. How about us?
I've got you loud and clear. I want to explain to the audience that there is a 4-second delay, so there'll be some pause between the questions and the answers. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the first humans to leave Earth's orbit in some 54 years? Is there a difference in Earth's orbit and being outside the orbit?
Well, we are still technically in Earth's orbit, although we did just do our translunar injection burn, and so we are definitely 100% on our way to the moon. The lunar gravity will take over in a couple of days here and start pulling us around the far side. At the end of our translunar injection here about an hour and a half ago, we just really looked at each other, and I know the United States has done this 1968 through 1972, but this is unbelievable that we can put our minds to something and pull it off. This is an unbelievable technical accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, it really is unbelievable to us. We watched this thing. It was just this flawless launch, and it was unbelievable to watch. And what really fascinates me about this is that you, in a few days, will become the first humans to travel the farthest in space, more than anybody else has ever done. It took us a long time to get back here, and now we're about to exceed that. Is that a moment of pride? Is it a moment of history? How do we feel about that?
It's great you brought that up. We were aware that we would pass that milestone if we happened to launch on this date. There were other days where we wouldn't have necessarily. So we are not necessarily a crew that lives on superlatives, but it is a milestone that's important. It's important that people can understand and wrap their heads around what is the latest in what we're doing. What does this mean relative to what we've done in the past? What are we going to be pushing for into the future? We think that the journey that we've been on and all of our teams have been on with us is so much more than just one number. But we also hope that that number just keeps being exceeded and exceeded by the future crews. That's why we're here, to build a legacy for the future.
You know, it's interesting because yesterday, I mean, this thing went off almost perfectly, right? It was on time. Was that surprising? Because, you know, you look back just in recent history and missions tend to be delayed, sometimes hours, sometimes days. This thing went pretty much according to what everybody was hoping it would do. Was that somewhat surprising when they said we are a go for launch?
Yes. You know, it was surprising. I think we were, you know, we like to say that we're prepared without having an expectation. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you kind of hope you launch. And then when we got really close, it was like, wait, we're getting ready to go to space. And when those solids lit, you know, it was a ride where you're trying to be professional, but the kid inside of you wants to break out and just hoot and holler. But what I wanted to say about that was, our Exploration Ground Systems team, our launch control team, they have had some time to practice since February and March and really dial in their procedures and learn and grow. And so I just want to give them some credit. It was an example of how hard they've been working lately that we launched. And it was, even though we didn't get to really watch, but it felt beautiful.
Yeah, they should give themselves a big round of applause because it really, I know it felt beautiful. It certainly looked beautiful. Very quickly, Victor Glover, while I have you on the microphone, we are broadcasting across the nation, but we're focused. We're based in Los Angeles. And I thought since you were from Southern California, maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your friends and family here.
Oh, well, of course. My mom lives there, my grandparents, all the cousins, aunts and uncles, and just everybody in California. Thank you for all of the support and the love for all of these years. So many of my career milestones happened in that special place. That will always be home, no matter where the government sends me. You're going with us.
How has it been? Yeah, how has it been on board now for your first night? I know you haven't gotten much sleep. They keep waking you up. They kind of send out the songs they are doing. And I hear, Christina, that you are somehow sleeping upside down or face down. Maybe you can explain that to us.
Sure. Yes, it has been a great couple of days just learning how to live in Orion. And I would love to give a quick shout out to our families before we keep going on with the questions, just because we haven't had a chance to say hi to them, and it's just so great to have had their support building up to the launch, and we miss you guys already. Living in Orion isn't quite the same as being at home with our families, but yes, some of the exciting things are the burns that we do. They kick off with such an acceleration that most things that you see Velcroed around that aren't actually fastened down all fall down to the floor of Orion. But speaking of floors and ceilings, it actually is just all by convention only. There is no difference between up and down, and so yes, I've been sleeping with my feet there and my head down here, and it's very comfortable. I think I'll probably stay there the whole mission unless someone kicks me out. So we're finding out how to make this space capsule a home.
Maybe we can hand it to Jerry Hansen here. And Jamie, you can also say hello, give a shout out to your family. And I'm wondering, while you do that, if you'd like to tell us if there have been any glitches, any problems. I know we heard there was some kind of an issue with the onboard toilet, but beyond that, are we good so far?
Yeah, great to have a chance just to say thanks to my family and missing them, and for the support from Canadians back home. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and do this. We did have another little surprise today. I mean, the vehicle is in great shape, and we feel like everything's going really smoothly. But on our way to the translunar injection burn inside of 20 minutes, we did get a warning message that, emergency message for cabin leak suspected, which grabs your attention because this is right when you're coming through some of the higher density orbits and you might run into something. And, you go from 20 minutes to doing this burn where you're going to head to the moon to thinking about, are we going to cancel this burn, start getting in our spacesuits, and then trying to figure out how to get home in a day or less. And luckily, that was just a little anomaly, and the Houston helped us out. They confirmed they were seeing good cabin pressure, as were we on board, and we did the burn, and now we're on our way to the moon, feeling good about Integrity. She's a good ship.
It's going to be fantastic. Reed Weissman, you are the commander of this mission. Maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your family as well. And I'm wondering, the responsibility, does it weigh heavy on you? Do you feel like, I'm just not going to go to sleep. I'm going to make sure that we do everything we need to do. What is it like to be the commander of something so historic and something that people have been waiting for so long?
Well, to answer that, I'm learning from my crewmates here. I'm flying in space with two of the most skilled astronauts that we have, most accomplished astronauts. And Jeremy, on his first day in orbit yesterday, was just getting the job done 100%. So my job here is pretty easy. Definitely sometimes you get a little bit nervous. There's a couple things that caught our attention so far, but it's going great. And my job is very easy. I am definitely getting pulled along by my crewmates. And then you gave me the opportunity. I'm taking it. Say hi to my family, my dad back in Maryland, and my brother probably heading home to Washington, and then everybody back in Houston. My daughters, my girlfriend, everybody's doing great back there. Thank you.
I guess really, lastly, what we really need to know is, are you happy so far with the food? Are you happy so far with the wake-up songs and the music? Any kind of request that we can make on your behalf while we get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later? We get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later.
We just had our first meal together. That's how busy it's been. And this morning, our lead public affairs, Courtney Beasley, we heard her voice come on the radio first, and she introduced the songs and some amazing messages from the teams across this international program that have put this vehicle together. And we all agreed we would wake up slow and get into the day easy and quiet. And this morning, we all got up cheering and rocking and getting everything ready to go. It was the perfect way to start our day.
Yeah, well, you are making history. Reed Weissman, Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover. Congratulations to all of you. America, the world is with you. We are watching every moment of this journey, and we will cheer you when you get back and along the way. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck to you, and safe travels.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
And thank you to all participants. Integrity, we're now resuming operational audio comm. Integrity Houston for some PCD configs.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, first we're going to need to hardline PCD3 in prep for the PMC. And then second, one more Hail Mary to troubleshoot that PCD4. We'd like to try removing the SD card from the back behind the kickstand, and then repeat those steps that you took earlier, which was holding the power and up volume switches simultaneously for 20 seconds and trying to get an exit screen to come up.
Okay, Mark, I'll work on getting the PCD hardlined right away for you.
Anything else we have to do? Thank you, Jeremy.
Can you confirm you need that right now, or because I was going to use it for toilet maintenance, but I can use another PCD if you need this one hardwired right away.
Yeah, Jeremy, we do need PCD3 for the PMC, so if you could use another one for the toilet maintenance, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that'll be hardlined in the next 3 minutes.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 1 day, 4 hours, 29 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We got a great look at the crew aboard Orion, also called Integrity. That was their first opportunity to talk with media back here on Earth and share with us what it's been like since they started their journey to the moon. It was a big day for the crew as we conducted and completed the translunar injection burn. This takes them out of high Earth orbit and commits them to flying around the moon and splashing down on Earth on flight day 10. The Orbit 1 team has handed over to the Orbit 2 team, now led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. And therefore, I am also handing off to my colleague and friend, Sandra Jones, NASA Public Affairs Officer, who's going to be on with you for Orbit 2 today. Our live coverage continues on NASA YouTube 24/7 all the way until the crew is safe back home on Earth. Thanks for watching, and I personally will rejoin you tomorrow morning.
And good evening from Artemis Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As Leah stated, I'm Sandra Jones, and I'm going to be continuing to bring you live coverage around the clock for this shift as we continue the historic crewed test flight of Artemis II, humanity's return to the moon for the first time in over 50 years. At this time, now 1 day, 4 hours, and 31 minutes.
So let us know if that was successful. And then would you mind just telling us how you see the rest of the day's schedule going? We think we got a tiny bit out of sync with you.
Copy. Checking. Yeah, Jeremy. Copy on the hardline PCD3, and then what we expect is the PMC next when you guys are ready, and then immediately followed by the flight director crew conference, and then followed by exercise the rest of the day in whatever order makes sense to you guys.
Okay, copy that. And any leans on when we do the toilet maintenance from your perspective?
Checking.
The Orion spacecraft, with its crew of NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now 30,000 miles away from Earth following the completion of their translunar injection burn, that 5-minute and 50-second long burn, sending them on a round-trip journey to the Moon. And following that 5-minute and 50-second long translunar injection burn, we do have some updated statistics for you regarding the Integrity spacecraft and the distance that it will travel from the Earth. Integrity will reach a maximum distance from Earth of 252,021 statute miles, and this will surpass the Apollo 13 distance record by 3,366 statute miles.
Houston Integrity for VC. I believe we are logged in, waiting on your call.
Copy, Reed. We are dialing now.
At this hour, now 1 day, 4 hours and 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity, the name chosen by the Artemis II crew for their Orion spacecraft, the crew's main priority is to adapt to the environment of space and the lack of gravity. Wiseman, Glover, and Cook have all flown in space before, but this is the first flight for Hansen. Additionally, on the docket for the crew during the remainder of this Orbit 2 shift are exercise activities on the Flywheel exercise machine that was tested out for the first time earlier today. Flywheel is a simple cable-based device for aerobic exercises like rowing and resistance workouts, such as squats and deadlifts. It works like a yo-yo, giving astronauts as much load as they put into it, maxing out at 400 pounds. Following this, the crew will head into their pre-sleep period before getting some rest. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at an animation of the Orion spacecraft. Integrity is now 31,000 miles from Earth and just over 211,000 miles from the Moon, traveling at a speed of 7,820 miles per hour. We did have a successful translunar injection burn earlier today, that 5-minute and 50-second burn, sending Orion on the path to the Moon. Additionally, this burn set up the Orion spacecraft and its crew to travel the farthest distance from the Earth, rather, that any human being has ever before. The maximum distance that we expect Orion to travel is 252,021 statute miles. And you're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft. The large engine that you see in the center of the Orion spacecraft on the bottom of the service module is the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This was built by Aerojet Rocketdyne and was the engine that was used today for the translator injection burn. Again, that 5-minute 50-second burn, sending Orion on its way to the moon. This is a repurposed Space Shuttle Orbital Maneuvering System engine that has flown in space before. This engine flew on the Space Shuttle Atlantis on several missions, including STS-101, STS-98, And just to continue with the times that this Orbital Maneuvering System engine has flown on Space Shuttle Atlantis, that is STS-101, STS-98, STS-104, STS-108, STS-109, and STS-110.